We welcome you all to the final day of the Ixi Summit 2022. Hope you had a superb experience with us yesterday.
Let us begin with the first Power Pack discussion for the day. India, the next breeding ground for unicorns. I am very happy to invite on stage the CEO of Upgrad, Mr. Arjun Mohan, and the chairman of Jagan Group of Institutions and Universities, GIMS, and also the founder and chief mentor, Uincept, Mr. Manish Gupta. Manish sir, over to you.
Thank you, Abhinav, thank you, Karan, and a warm welcome to the entire audience today. Uh, Apologies for starting the session late. Uh, I hope all of you had a wonderful time yesterday and were able to have some nice takeaways to build up your startup. I think we were able to contribute to the ecosystem where we had nice sessions around the edtech possibilities and the funding opportunities across the globe. We saw that how exactly white spaces are still underserved and how we can build up startups around it. Today, we are fortunate to have Arjun from Upgrad, who's the CEO, and both of us will try to discuss about how exactly can we create a startup into a unicorn. So we would be discussing the steps to making a unicorn, and I hope all of us are able to contribute some nice understanding or how to create your businesses in a manner where you can reach there faster. Uh, Till I'm joined by Arjun, I just want to say that becoming a unicorn should not be the only criteria for all of us, though it is one benchmark. We need to make fundamentally strong products, have customers who are satisfied with us not today but forever. And I'm sure all of you would have created some kind of a USP or some kind of a differentiation in your products, which will give you a long lasting presence in the market. And you would be able to not only create a unicorn, but decacorns where all of us today aspire to be. So, Abhinav, are we expecting him to join any minute now?
Yes, sir, definitely. He'll be joining us momentarily.
Okay. Abhinav, I'm not too sure whether I'm able to see the chats also in the chat box. So I might need your assistance when we have questions in the end.
I request everyone to kindly bear with us. Mr. Mohan has just dropped. He'll be joining us momentarily. In the
Abhinav, I can
meantime,
see, Abhinav, I can see in the chat room that he's there waiting. He just needs to be brought up.
sure, sir. So, in the meanwhile, till Mr. Arjun joins us, we had a very enriching and enlightening discussions yesterday regarding the investor panel, the red flags, and also the the talk about how we can create the global edtech investment landscape in the last decade. The study of that. So
Mhm.
it was joined by some of the many of the known names in the edtech industry, and I'm very sure it was a very key learning experience that all of us, our audience, had a very nice takeaway from.
Yeah, Abhinav, I think the key issue yesterday which came up was that how can we create products which serve not only the Indian audience but can be offered globally. So I think the takeaway was that the markets which have similar kind of, I would say, need like what we have in India, if those products, what we have created in India, if they are sold across the globe, then it makes a lot of, gives us a lot of business opportunity, and we should look at it from that prospect only. Because I don't think that we would be focusing ourselves only on the Indian market. Because if you see today, it's a flat world. So most of our tech companies now should think from that perspective that though India has a very huge market, but we need to focus on the globe as a whole. So I think that was a key takeaway that when we are creating a product, let's not focus only on what we are doing, but what the entire world needs.
Absolutely, that's true. Also, talking about key white spaces that we have seen startups emerging in most innovative areas of the the edtech space. We've seen revolutions taking place here: the B2B models, the B2C models, the B2B2B, and B2B2C models. Also, how the government is in support of entrepreneurship and is ruling out policies, which is boosting the entire ecosystem.
So Abhinav, the I think the white spaces always exist, and it is not that we would always, I would say, clean out everything, and we would have nothing, nowhere to go. Uh, we still have a lot of areas, especially like what the discussion yesterday, they were talking about the tier 2 and tier 3 cities in the country. But I feel in the tier 1 also, where we found out that most of the people want to change their jobs and find themselves underskilled in their current assignments. So if we see from that perspective, a lot of white spaces exist there also. And as far as the Indian government is concerned, I think they have given us a lot of incentives, and like what we are going to discuss when Mr. Arjun joins us, that it has become a fantastic ground for producing the next unicorns of the world. So whether it is the new white spaces, we just have to think hard, maybe be more near to the customer, identify what kind of changes have come in the last 1 decade, and are we serving them in the right manner, because the industry needs have changed, the skills which are required have changed. So I'm sure those white spaces would be discovered very soon by our young entrepreneurs, and the Indian government will keep on supporting us the way they have done till date. And if we have anything else to be done, I'm sure we would get the right support.
Absolutely, sir.
Great.
Also, today, uh, he's also one of the success stories that we refer to, benchmark upon, and we look up to how, as entrepreneurs, as founders, getting into the startup ecosystem, they can look up to a particular person and say that I can also become and contribute value to the society at large. Today, I believe we have the opportunity to meet one such person who will be joining us in a very short moment. We're eagerly awaiting for that. And yes,
Yeah, I'm quite sure Arjun has a fantastic background of different industries and verticals, and currently what he's building up is not only required, I think, in India, but all across the globe. And they have not only targeted the Indian segment, but outside also. and their growth has been phenomenal. So I'm sure his learnings would definitely benefit all the startups and the other participants of the ecosystem who are there listening to us. And we will be happy to take up questions in the end so that we're able to answer accordingly.
Right.
I think in the next session, Abhinav, could you just run through the today's entire program till that time we have till Arjun joins?
Definitely. So, for the benefit of everyone, this first session we'll be talking about the breeding ground for unicorns. The second session will be followed, and we'll be having a discussion on fundraising, challenges faced by the founders. So, this is one of the topics which every single founder will also be able to relate to in his entire journey of being a successful entrepreneur. And finally, the session will be moving ahead towards the government panel, we will be having a discussion on the government and the private sectors in the edtech space. How there is a joint correlation, a joint synergy, and what do we expect out of this entire phenomenon. Finally, concluding with the fourth session for today, wherein we will be talking about optimizing the founder performance, handling anxiety. I think this beautiful topic to conclude the entire event, as a particular founder or an entrepreneur will be able to keenly judge that a particular element of mind, how important and crucial the role of the mind is, when we are talking about stability and having a positive outlook and a never give up spirit throughout the entire journey of entrepreneurship. That will be the agenda for the day, sir.
Great, Abhinav. I think it would be a great learning for all of us today. And I'm looking forward to listening to the other speakers also in the afternoon and then finally in the evening. So I think, Abhinav, we would have to wait for another while, Abhinav.
Yes, sir. I believe we're just waiting for Mr. Mohan to join us in a
Yeah,
moment.
because we were there backstage discussing each other with each other.
Absolutely. I request everyone to bear with us momentarily. Since we have the benefit of time, I would also like to, sir, bring the notice here that we can always make this a very interactive session. We've got our audience who would like to, know from your experience a couple of questions. The first question being asked is, how are you looking at the edtech in higher education from an international perspective? What are the three organizations, the competitors that you're closely tracking, and why? Maybe so at an international perspective, the outlook of edtech sector. If you can bring any thoughts on that, sir.
Okay, so I mean, what I understand from your question is that in today's scenario, which organizations at the international level should we benchmark That is what exactly you want to know.
Definitely.
Okay. So, Abhinav, today the different parts of the world have different kind of challenges and different kind of requirements. So in India, I think we are the people who have to take the lead right now, because the kind of numbers what we have achieved are definitely amazing, and the products what we have made, they are much better than from most parts of the world. When I say the international requirements, the requirements are different at the school level, different at the postgraduate level. Currently, most of the startups which are working in the skilling sector, where we have identified, say, something which needs coding, somebody needs, say, data analytics, somebody wants to learn digital marketing. Then you know that we are trying to incubate some startups who are producing products which want to educate people in the financial sector. So if we study it in totality, there have been different streams which have become in huge demand from the industry, at which we are working at the postgraduate level. Simultaneously, if you see, some of the organizations have tied up with international universities, and they have brought their education or their programs into the country through the online mode, which was not possible, say, 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So today, the Indian community has an access to a lot of these programs. So now these universities, which are now selling in their programs in India through our Indian partners, these Indian partners have developed the required technical skills, or say the ecosystem, which can be now taken to other parts of the world. So by this I mean that India. Oh, Arjun, I think it's good to see you.
Thank you so much. We are able to have Mr. Arjun back. Welcome and welcome to our. Over to you, Manish sir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Arjun, I can hear you. Arjun, can you hear me back?
Yeah, sorry, Manish and Abhinav. I've been. Yes, Manish, I can hear you. Yes, please.
Great. Very warm good morning to you, and a warm welcome. And please, the audience is waiting to hear from you. So I'll just ask you to give a brief, tell us something about yourself and about your organization and about your journey. Then I'll ask what I need to know from you.
Sure. So, Manish, first of all, thank you so much, and I'm really sorry for this mishap in the tech issue because of the tech issues. I think I'm on a weak network. That's where the problem is, and that's the reason why I've switched on the camera also. Yeah. So, I've been in edtech for quite some time now. Been around before even edtech became a buzzword. So you can say that since 2007, I've been working on this whole offline to online transition, and teaching students in multiple disciplines, starting with test prep, early learn, and finally in higher ed today. um, if I mean, since the topic of the day is unicorn, I can I've been part of the building of two unicorns. First with Byju's, where I joined the organization when it was valued at 100 million, and left it when it was valued at 10 billion. And then Upgrad, which I joined early on before even we got valued, and then currently we are at a 1.2 billion valuation. So if becoming making a and be proud of, I have done two of it, although I don't claim that that is what an organization should aspire to do. Finally, an organization should aspire to service its customers well, keep your TG happy. That is when everything else will fall in place. Yeah, so I'm basically an engineer and an MBA. Have been passionate about education forever, and that is the reason I have been in edtech for quite some time. And happy to be here talking to you, trying to share some of my ideas and my experiences.
Sir, you're on mute. Manish,
Manish, you're on mute.
Okay, sorry. So, Arjun, I will just ask my question again. So as you rightly said, that being a unicorn is not the ultimate goal, and it is to keep your customer happy. But it brings a lot of, I would say, attention from the ecosystem, and it puts a different kind of a stress, or the expectations change. So what is the stress which becoming a unicorn brings on you, and what are your current thought process, and how do you plan to take it up further, and what are your expansion plans? If you could just share it with all of us.
Sure. Yeah. So see, I mean, growing business, stress is always there to reach the numbers, to ensure that there is more and more customers who are coming in and exploring your product and finally becoming paid customers. But then the difference is that a unicorn status generally comes in when you have external investors coming on board. And of course, external investors have different expectations from the entire thing. So obviously, on you expecting that you will be growing at a particular pace, and that pace is what you will have to maintain. So that stress level is different because you'll have more number of links. Helped us specifically, and what has helped me all throughout is, see, finally it's about planning it ahead really well. And planning will improve if you have a real good understanding of your customers. If you know where your customers are going to come in and discover you, uh, what will be the engagement mechanism with which they will explore you, and what will be the way they would love to come on board and pay for your services. This kind of behavior understanding, which has been the most important, and then planning things around it to get to the numbers which everyone expects us to do.
Great. So, Arjun, what I understand is that you talk about the customer and you want to have the journey as perfect as possible for them. What is currently Upgrade's product? How would you call it? Is it something like a content which you are preparing yourself, or is it more of partnerships and then you are enabling technology to have more satisfaction for your customers? How exactly would you differentiate your product today at Upgrade?
Yeah, so Upgrade, uh, basically we are a tech platform. That is how we see ourselves.
Okay,
But in education, just being a tech platform will not work. You finally are teaching content, and you are
exactly.
basically building the skill sets with the individual. So obviously you need to have content expertise. But the difference what Upgrade has with respect to a lot of other tech platform is that we do formal education. So we do certificates, degrees, diplomas, so on and so forth, with top universities across the world, because obviously we are not a degree granting institution. You need to be a university for that, and hence we partner with these universities. So our expertise obviously is our platform. It's an award winning platform which has evolved over a period of time. We have realized over time that education is just not about content. So content is an important part which to a large extent is developed in tandem with the universities. Then there are a lot of other things which comes in, right? I mean, because a lot of us our audience today are students, I'm sure that they also would realize, especially in India, you don't really know what you need to do to build a successful career. You go to college, they teach you something, and then you get a degree, but that's not what it is, right? We have done is that over a period of time we have inculcated all these on our platform. So we have international level mentors there who will mentor the students on what is happening in the industry, help them understand which direction they can move, so on and so forth. We have interaction with the industries. We have projects which students can do online in the same manner they would have done in the university, so on and so forth. So if you ask me what is the USP of Akran, what keeps us different is this replication of a system closest to a high quality university system done entirely online. That's
Okay.
what we stand for.
So basically, if I summarize it, it is the content which is available, maybe the best content available globally. You're making it more accessible to the right audience according to their learning capabilities, and then presenting these graduates in front of right mentors so that they understand it from the perspective the industry would like to need them to know. And maybe, do you have a placement assistance also at Upgrade?
Yes, yes. I was coming to that. So
Okay.
the end part is finally a placement, and end part is finally a job. So we integrate
Mhm.
this whole thing end to end by. I mean, obviously, we won't promise jobs. That's not what we need to. But that's not our work. We can't. Nobody can promise job. That's the student who needs to do it. But what we do is we help the student develop the skill sets which the industry or their favorite company is looking for. All our curriculum are also aligned with what the company is looking for, and at the end of the curriculum, if the student reaches that proficiency, we have a placement team which will help them connect the CV to the company and at least give them an opportunity to do an interview. So that is how we build up the entire thing.
So, Arjun, any specific challenge what you're facing in terms of getting the right content or the right university? Because the way the industry is improving and changing, and the requirements have become very different in the last decade. There might be a possibility that you might not have content at any of the leading universities also for that kind of a skill set. So, how do you think you would be able to address that kind of a problem?
Sure. So Manish, I mean, like, is because we are in a highly regulated environment when it comes to higher education, right? The content can only be created by the university. I mean, in fact,
Okay.
I'm looking forward to the new regulation coming in, which allows the edtech companies also to do part of it. But as of now, content can be only created by the university, and there is a very well defined syllabus the university set which you have to follow. But you're absolutely right. I mean, as the old adage goes, any university in the world is at least 10 years behind the industry. That's how it works, right? So
Yeah,
so
yeah.
so how uh, yeah, so how it works is that see, the regulation only tells you that you have to do so much of syllabus, but the regulation doesn't prevent you from doing more. Right?
Yeah, but
So what we
Arjun, but you know what? I'm running educational institutions in the brick and mortar form for last 2.5 decades now.
yeah.
So I totally understand from where you are coming, and trust me, the children or the anyone, not only in India but all across the globe, their
Yeah.
focus is only on the grades and finally to pass out or to get their job, and they are not interested if you offer them anything extra than that.
Yeah, I agree, Manish. So that is the difference, right? There's a certain level of difference between the people who come and do it online. Most of these
Okay.
guys are working professionals. Most of these guys are, I mean, to put it lightly, people who are already screwed and knows that they need to get the skill sets. Only then they will go ahead in their.
Exactly.
So 50% of the work is done there because there's a lot of self motivation coming in there, right? So what we do is, as you rightly said, although it's a very tight topic to do, we try to create the right expectation that, you know what, this extra you will have to learn because you're here finally to learn industry relevant skills. And that part we try to provide through SMEs. These are subject matter experts, people who are
Okay.
in the industry working full on this, who can basically come and tell you that, you know what, okay, this is the latest thing which is happening in GitHub. I mean, uh, there is a feature which is getting developed now where natural language, using natural language, you can tell GitHub that, you know, I want this function, and GitHub will write the function for you. So that level of, these are the kind of people who works on these technology day in and day out, who are able to come and provide that extra layer of teaching. So this is how we do it, and there is high reliance on people from the industry. who ensures that this curriculum is up to date. But you're absolutely right. It is a very tough balance to play to ensure that we give what the customer is really looking for, both on the content side or second on the interaction side, mentoring side, so on and so forth.
So, Arjun, how do you really manage the industry since you are from industry yourself? So, therefore, you are able to get the right input because we face a lot of issues. They tell you today that okay, please prepare and please bring in this change in the syllabus. And but afterwards, when we ask them more, we do not see that kind of a cooperation from the industry. Would you like to share some thoughts around it? Because this is something that the entire education system is an issue that they say
Sure.
industry academy a partnership, but we hardly get cooperation. What is your experience?
So Manish, you're right. I mean, this is something which we build at scale. We have been in this for quite some time now. Over a period of time, with our relationship, and not with the companies, but with the practitioners within the companies,
Okay.
we have been able to create a network of specialists, and that's one of the first things we do, right? So if
Okay.
we are, I mean, like if we are building a product in machine learning, the first thing we will do is we will create a pool of specialists in machine learning. We will, and we have a global network to create that. We have the wherewithal to go globally and find these people. And one thing we always look in these people is that do they have a passion to teach, do they have a passion to mentor? So a lot of times these are also guys who love to really come out and do it. And the problem is, see your point, right? That is the corporation part of it, right? See, finally these are also very very busy guys. If you ask them to do presentations for these things specifically, you will find problems. But if you are asking them to come and share their experiences, they are more than happy to do that.
Okay.
Right? So what we try to do is we also structure the framework in such a way that I have specialists on very very niche things, or super what should I say, at a project level I have 2 or 3 specialists, and they
Okay.
just need to come and talk about that. They don't find it a problem. So now the flip side of that is it may look to the students that it is all spread out. Too many people are coming in and coming out.
Okay.
That is what we have over a period of time evolved by creating a, a content. I mean, I would say a sort of a tech system which brings it all together and doesn't feel to the student that I am getting patchwork things here and there. There is a
Great.
coherent way of doing it.
Arjun, since yesterday we found that a lot of investors all across the globe now are looking at India to create products which can serve the international markets. And what I see is Upgrad has already went outside India and are offering it at different continents today. So would you like to share that which places in the world you feel are similar to India, and you want the Indian startups to look at those continents, or say those countries or specific regions according to your experience, which you feel are very similar to India?
Sure. So, Manish, majority of our international business comes from the Western markets, from
Okay.
US, from UK. A lot of it come from Middle East, so on and so forth. So now I won't say that the US market or a UK market or European English-speaking markets behaves like India, but what I am observing now is that there is an audience in that market which is behaving like India. I mean,
Okay.
10 years ago, even if you don't do anything, uh, just because you are in US, you will easily get a job. But today,
Okay.
being unemployed if you don't have the right skill set is a reality there. So
Is a
people are
reality.
becoming more and more open to learning, taking courses where they get skill sets and a certification which will get them, and eventually will get them a job. So hence, I would recommend the Indian startups to focus on these markets, because finally your focus should depend on 2 things, right? One, if there is a market who will pay you, and second, if you have the capability to to convert that market. Our capability, majorly, if you ask me, is the access to tech at a comparably low cost. You won't get this kind of high quality tech anywhere in the world at this kind of a cost. Although the cost is going up, still we are in that advantage. And second is, see, we have a lot of English educated, English speaking teachers, high quality teachers, who can easily do a great job for these markets. I mean, something like, I mean, not may not be the right time now, but there has been times earlier in the past, somebody like Byju's and Whitehead Junior had tried exactly doing that, right? I mean, there was a phase in Whitehead Junior where Indian teachers were teaching hundreds of students in the US, and they were very happy about the product. So I think that's a huge opportunity sitting there. The kind of cost structures Indian startup has access to, if they do it right, they can today revolutionize what is happening in these Western markets, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. We are, I mean, like, we are now welcomed by every university in the West who is
Okay.
telling us that seems like you guys know better to acquire online people in the US. So why don't you partner with us? That's what the situation today is.
So, so I think you have mastered not only content but technology, and now you've also mastered to acquire the customer. And that is what I think you've mastered all the three ends together.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, and I hope that it continues like this. But yeah, as you rightly said, technology, content. When I say content, I'm talking about everything other associated with it, and acquisition. These three, I think Indian startups are doing really well, and hence we have, at least in edtech, an opportunity to claim this piece of the pie globally.
Great, great. Arjun, you know, I've been reading about it and I'm a part of the system. So, what message do you really want to give to the Indian government? Though we have a panel after this where we have people from all across different sectors who are going to discuss it in detail. But any message you want to share with the Indian government that this is what you people expect? Because I think you did make a consortium. I don't know whether Upgrade is a part of or not, where you wanted to do lobbying.
Upgrade is the chair. Upgrade is the chair of that consortium.
Great, great. So if you could just give one message to the government also, that this is that it's a fantastic job that all of you are doing, and you are serving the customer in the right manner. And if there are reports that if somebody feels that they have been over marketed or something is
Yeah.
not in the right perspective, so anything you want to share on about it?
Yeah, so Manish, I mean, like, this is a constant conversation, and we are in touch with the government. I think the new education policy is a remarkable idea which the government of India is trying to push, and UGC is also now very clear that they want to implement it. So once the new education policy is implemented, I think Indian higher education system at least will become one of the most modern higher education system in the world. And so I'm really looking forward to it, the new education policy. All I would like to communicate, and this is what I keep telling, I mean, I was just visiting the OP Jindal University and just met the vice chancellor. That's why I'm on the road. So I keep telling the government also all the time that, see, pandemic has shown us that there is absolutely no difference between online and offline education, right? At least in the professional space, at least in the higher education space. The first 100% online educated IIM batch just graduated few weeks ago and got placed in record time. I mean, I was just reading day before yesterday, IIM Ahmedabad got placed in 2 hours today, right? IIM Bangalore probably will do in another 3 hours as we speak today. So if the industry has accepted that online education is absolutely same and there is no difference, then why are we treating it even as different? We should see this as education and a way to impart it in the easiest possible way and the best possible quality. So all I'm trying to say is, don't even talk about online and offline education. It is education. It is just two means of doing it. People who have the time and can go to campus, let them do that. People who don't have the time and want to contribute to the economy right from the beginning, let them do it when they have time with the flexibility. So that's my message, and that's what I'm trying to push.
Great, Arjun. I think let's hope we have a proper policy in place around it very soon, because still there are a lot of different kind of thought processes going on in the education world. So let's see it gets. One last question, because I know we are already at 12:06. Arjun, this metaverse concept is becoming quite, I would say, I don't feel comfortable about it, though I know online education is fine. But some of that interaction, if it becomes totally virtual, is
Yeah.
Abdullah working in creating a metaverse kind of a situation, or you would be happy to have proper live, maybe the tutoring is online, but you have live tutors who are teaching in the class. So how do you see that metaverse concept, and do you suggest the edtech space startups to work on it?
Yeah, so Manish, metaverse is something I have been following. I mean, much before metaverse became a buzzword, thanks to Facebook, virtual reality has been something which I have been at least personally trying to see whether application of it will make sense. In my earlier stint at Byju's, also, we used to constantly get reach outs by virtual reality companies that, hey, I can do your course in virtual reality. The students will find it more immersive. Honestly speaking, Manish, I have found it to be an overkill.
Okay.
Um, okay, so I feel that 3D animation does a very good job when it comes to explaining concepts. So the way I've always seen is that there are certain parts of your syllabus which can be done well in an asynchronous mode. For instance, if you are trying to teach student capillary effect, I'm just taking a physics example. It is one of the toughest derivation to understand in the 12th class because it
Exactly,
needs you
exactly.
to visualize things 3D, right? But then moment you do it in 3D, it becomes so easy, right? And it's not a good topic where a teacher should come live and teach because 3D is
Okay.
what makes it easier. There are certain parts of the syllabus which are like this, while there are certain parts of the syllabus which requires a experienced faculty to come and speak about his or her experience. That's when it's understood very well, right? So the way I have always seen the curriculum is demarcate it as asynchronous, highly 3D driven, and synchronous, instructor driven in the right places. And of course then there are other parts where it is project driven, where there is discussion driven, so on and so forth. So in my view this is more than enough. And if there is a possibility of bringing in an interaction offline to build in the social component of it, that is what I will integrate to my product than getting it into a metaverse format.
Arjun, I think it is wonderfully said, and I hope to record it and show it to our next cohort when they start with the product formation. And this is, I think, the right way also to use the technology according to your own benefit, according to how we feel would be the best way to learn for our children, rather than to just give a blanket kind of a shift. Okay, now from offline we go completely to metaverse. So I think. Should we take some questions, Arjun, if that's okay for you for just 2, 3 minutes?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so I'll just see what does it say. So they want to talk about rating of colleges with other universities. So Arjun, do you believe in this system of rating, and how do you do your partnerships around it? The when I say rating, we
Yeah,
have
so
we have so many different bodies to rate universities and colleges.
sure. So now NIRF has, I mean, become the standard rating mechanism for India, and everyone seems to be following it. See, I only follow this rating mechanism because finally our end consumer, that is learners, care about
Okay,
it, right?
okay,
There is science to it because finally the learner care about it because they know that an industry decide finally which campus to go and place based on this rating. So it is all related together and it becomes then a virtual cycle. So we don't decide our partners basis rating. What we try to do is we start from the consumer, we start from the industry. We try to first of all create a product which the industry is requiring so that there is jobs at the end of it, and then we see which all partners, which all universities would be willing to take up something like that. That's how we normally go about things. We don't really decide on the rating, but frankly what has happened in the pandemic times is that literally every top rated college in India or university in India had come online. And so you have IITs, IIMs, everyone online today. And so and hence we got a opportunity to work with these top institutions, which we happily did. The way I see it is these institutions, whatever said and done, has got some of the best faculties across the country and even across the globe. if online can be a medium to give access to those great people to more number of learners, then I think that is that becomes a part of nation building. And hence I feel and hence I feel duty bound for Upgrad to do something like that, and that's the reason why we partner with them.
Great, Arjun. I think I would have to wrap it up here. And I think your last statement, where you said that you would definitely do something for the faculty. So, my request to you would be that please take it up as seriously as possible, because they are doing a wonderful job, not only in the IITs, but some of these, I would say, B's, what we call the B plus, B minus institutions also in the country have wonderful people doing a wonderful job. So if you could identify them, because you said it's not the rankings what you're looking for, but the content which is actually needed by the industry. So if you can somehow reach them and give them that platform, I think Upgrad would do a wonderful job. And this is my request to you to take it personally. And all the best for your journey. And we would soon see.
Constantly, it is tough to reach them, but I constantly try to do through our networks.
Yeah. But so, and we'll be happy to contribute wherever, because at Uincept we focus mainly on edtech companies, and we have created a physical infrastructure at Gurugram where we give them mentoring and support wherever required, whether in the network or in building up the technology or taking them to the investors. Or any other research where Upgrad wants to do, we would be happy to do it. And congratulations on the wonderful job, and all the best for your future. And thank you again for taking out time and sharing your thoughts with these upcoming entrepreneurs and students. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Manish. Thank you so much. I really apologize again for this bad network. The question was whether I should participate or I can have a bad network. So I decided I'll participate with a bad network. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful value addition to all of us here. Abhinav, Karan, over to both.
Thank you so much, Marisa. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohan, for those lovely insights. We would just request you to switch on your camera for a few seconds so that we can push you to the backstage, and then we'll have a short like 1 or 2 minutes of yours.
So, Karan,
Well, I really thank each one of you for being there with us, and thank you so much for this amazing insight, Mr. Mohan. Abhinav, I think we'll have to take a short break of 15 minutes, and we'll start with the next panel discussion at 12:30.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed the insightful discussion with Mr. Mohan. Now, it is time for our second panel discussion on fundraising challenges faced by the founders. For this panel, I would like to welcome the founder and CEO of GuruQ, Ms. Minal Anand, the author and angel investor and X500 startup, Ms. Shalini Prakash, the founder at Adda 247, Mr. Anil Nagar. And finally, our moderator for the panel, Professor SME at IIT Jodhpur, Mr. Jitesh Mohanot. Jitesh, over to you. Mr. Jitesh, request you to please mute yourself along with the camera. And welcome all the panelists to Ixi Summit 2022.
Thank you.
We are very fortunate to have you on board with us for a wonderful discussion. Really looking forward to learning from each and every single one of you. Mr. Tesh, over to you. In the meanwhile, I request all the panelists to kindly introduce themselves, maybe a quick, a round of introduction while Mr. Jitesh turns on the camera and the mic. Ms. Minal, would you like to begin?
Sure. My name is Minal Anand. I'm the founder and CEO of GuruQ. GuruQ is an edtech company that connects students with the right tutors. We're an aggregator and a facilitator of learning. We provide online tuitions as well as home tuitions. We have over 35,000 tutors now on our platform from across the country. So we're looking forward to building this company even further. And of course, looking forward to speaking at this event with all these esteemed panelists.
Yeah, sorry, I was not able to connect earlier. Thanks, Minal, for the introduction. So next, I go to Shalini, and then I'll go to Anil, and then introduce myself. So Shalini, would you please introduce yourself? Thank you.
Yeah. I am Shalini. I mostly been working actively in the venture capital and the startup ecosystem. I work with several startup accelerators as well as funds. I most recently worked with 500 startups, a Valley-based fund in investing in early stage founders here in India. And I do have some entrepreneurial experience because I try to do my own startup in rewards and loyalty ecosystem. And right now, again, I have my own micro fund called Purple Matter, where I'm doing active investing and working with early stage entrepreneurs. I recently published a book called Clueless at 30, which is really focused on the millennial anxiety and alternate career options and so on. So focus mostly on that. Yeah, so that's a little bit about me.
Yeah, thanks, Shalini, for the introduction. Anil, please, if you could introduce yourself. Thank you.
Sure. Hi, my name is Anil Nagar. I am founder and CEO of Adda 24/7. Adda 24/7 is a test prep platform where we provide online courses for various exams in India. So we cater to all kind of exams starting from IITG, NEET to UPSC, government test prep, GATE, almost all kind of test prep exams in India. Primarily, we cater to tier 2, tier 3 audience, and in a way, we want to build it for Bharat, the people who are still in smaller places and struggling to get basic education. And so in terms of reach, we are already reaching almost 1.5 to 2 crore people every month on our these many people are coming to our platform to get various kind of courses and various kind of educational programs on our website.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Anil. So I can relate because I once prepared for civil services and I had to rent out a room in Rajendra Nagar and have to pay fees to the huge fees to the coaching centers, and you know how that whole ecosystem works. So I think as an edtech company, trying to create a platform around that for so that access could be provided to the have-nots of coaching and tutorials and coaching tutorials. I think it's a great work. So right, so what we'll do is okay. Let me introduce myself. So I am basically a researcher in entrepreneurship. I did my PhD from Indian Institute of Management, Trichy, and for my research, we were looking at frameworks and tools for business communities who have not gone to B schools and yet are strategizing and are successful for centuries. So my methodology was ethnography, anthropological method of inquiry. So I went to an industrial town in Rajasthan, lived there for a year with my family, rented out a house in a community of businessmen, and worked as a munim in a 80-year-old firm. And so munim basically in their parlance is a supervisor come accountant. So that was the methodology I used to understand the nuanced aspects of entrepreneurship in their world. Uh, then after my PhD, I joined OP Jindal Global University. I was there for a couple of years, and 2 months back, I've joined Indian Institute of Technology, Jodhpur, the School of Management within IIT, as a professor of strategy and entrepreneurship. So that's my intro, and as you all know, the topic that we delve into is around raising, and the trigger points that was shared with us. I'll just brief them for the audience. So first, we look at the common issues in the fundraising process and the challenges that founders face and how to address them. That's the second trigger point. Third point is the clauses that one needs to be cautious of while one goes for multiple rounds of funding. Fourth point is what could be the ideal pitch and issues around storytelling, right? So that is the fourth point. And the fifth trigger point is the diligence that both investor as well as uh, a founder or the person, the entrepreneur, has to really go through. So these are the main points that we go into. How we are placed today is that we go one by one initially. So every speaker has 10 minutes. Professor Satya from EDI will be joining us in 15-20 minutes. So I'll introduce him after he joins. So first, every speaker speaks for around 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes. And then we'll collectively have a discussion for another 10 minutes after everybody has spoken. And finally, we open it up for the audience and we can get into the Q&A. So that's how we are placed. So the line of speakers, the flow will be that we decided was that Shalini will go first, followed by Anil, and then Meenal, and then Professor Satya will join us. So he will be the last one to speak on the topic. So he's also a finance prof. So we'll have him also and his inputs. So over to you, Shalini. Yeah.
So you would just like me to answer the first question? Is that which is how to choose the right investor?
You can that's open to you. How do you want to go? We are not going like everybody can delve into the trigger points of their choice. So wherever you
Okay,
are
sure.
comfortable. Yeah.
Sure. So, I worked for several years in early stage investing, and one of the challenges that founders face is not having a clear understanding of what do they actually want out of their investor itself, right? I mean, how do you choose your investor? Do you need to do they need to have just industry familiarity? Do you need someone who's a hands-on investor or a hands-off investor, and so on? So I feel like a lot of early stage entrepreneurs don't do enough research in terms of what is it that they're looking for. I mean, sure, early stage you just need the capital to go build your MVP, to start testing your hypothesis and so on. But what's also very important that one needs to understand is, getting an investor on board is like getting a partner on board for life, right? I mean, you can't just divorce your investor if things go down south. So one is your energies matching, or your vision for the company, vision for the product matching, is important. But on the other side, what is it that you actually need from them? Are you looking for connections? Are you looking for someone who understands the space completely, and so on? So it's important to have clarity from day one. What is it that you want from your investor? And I think a lot of early stage founders really miss that. So I think seeking that synergy very early on is very important. um,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, well, moving beyond synergy, so there is also one of the trigger points is the clauses that one should be cautious of. So, anything on that, Shalini? Because you have experience of early stage investing. So, from both the
yeah.
perspectives, one is from the entrepreneur perspective, the other is from obviously the investor's perspective. The investor, anyways,
Yeah.
do his due diligence, but then what about the founder? Yeah. Or the entrepreneur?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so I think definitely when you have, also when you're a little well versed with how the ecosystem works in terms of term sheets and so on, right? It's very important that you also get a, term sheet which is friendly to both parties, right? I mean, right from day one, if you're thinking about, if you've not protected your rights enough as an entrepreneur, there's always a difficult time for the entrepreneur going forward. Like, for example, things like, three things that founders should really avoid to retain more upside for themselves and for the employees is, say, for example, liquidation multiplier, right? I mean, it's a standard that it remains at 1x, or say that, anti-dilution provisions, or even participating in preferred stock and so on, right? I mean, these are things that founders need to sort of really acquaint themselves with these terminologies and how these term sheets work and so on, so that they protect their own interests as well as their employees. We've seen a lot of cases where, as a fund, when you co-invest with with different funds themselves, it's very important that you're protecting the founders or entrepreneurs that you're investing in as well, right? Because only if the entrepreneur becomes successful, I become successful. So there are a lot of times when we've co-invested with other funds, we definitely push back and ask them to make it more founder friendly. So yeah, I think it's important that every entrepreneur understands liquidation and preferred stocks and anti-dilution, some of these clauses, how they really work, and so they've keep themselves protected from day one.
Yeah, and so coming to these issues, so what about like in the journey? Let's say you have two, three investors, right, and each holding a block, and obviously, I'm assuming here that the founder has the biggest block. But then, what about the exit? So, how do you? What is the politics around the exit? If, from an investor standpoint.
So I think each fund has his or her own their own strategy, right? I mean, first of all, it depends. Are you an angel investor? Then the way you look at the company and exit itself is very different from a fund, right? Because a fund is more like an institutional investing entity, so their motivation is very different in terms of the returns that they generate for their LPs and so on. So I would say the dynamics is different based on the thesis of the fund, and there is no one way to look at it. And also, I think what matters really is, exits are also largely based upon the strong conviction I have for a certain industry, right? I mean, I might feel very strongly about, say, D2C companies in terms of rising middle class today and affordability and so on. So I might feel very strongly about it today, and say 3-4 years down the line, if I don't think that D2C companies are actually making that kind of revenues, and the growth story is not as big as it was initially perceived to be, and say if I get an opportunity to take an exit, I would take an exit because I don't have strong conviction in that space anymore. So that's one type of example. So it depends on what is my key takeaway from there, right? I mean, sometimes, say, if I've been 7 years and I've been riding in this company and I don't see this becoming much bigger than already it is, then I take take the money out, and so on. And sometimes if you have to rotate money within the fund itself, right? So I mean, it depends where you are. The dynamics are, always that it's mostly tougher for entrepreneurs because there is more riding on them to make this successful. There's always pressure also on the entrepreneurs. A lot of funds and investors have that pressure on them, especially when they seek an exit and they've sort of been riding that journey for really, really long. So there is no one right answer, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for Shalini for delving into this. So now we go to Anil. And I open it for you. Feel free to talk about any of the trigger points that we have laid down. So over to you, Anil.
Sure. I will start with the initial point itself, where we said that how to choose the right investor for yourself. I think, in my opinion, it depends on the stage of the company. Uh, and every stage you would like to have different kind of investor on your cap table. Of course, in the investor community also there is that kind of broad division. But when you want to think from business perspective, you would like to uh, get the best partners. I always think of this as you are bringing somebody as a partner with you, not just money, but a lot of other things around that. So, for example, when we were in a very initial stage in 2016, 17, and we were kind of experimenting around the product. So, one of the key thing for us was freedom in terms of what exactly we want to do, or let's say we are experimenting wherein we might fail also. Let's say we'll do 10 experiments, and out of that, mostly are going to fail probably. So, they want you want someone who will be supportive at that stage in terms of your experimentation, your tweaking, your even in terms of guiding you on the broader technology aspects when you are thinking of product. So one of the key thing across all the stages, which I prefer for myself, is around freedom in terms of executing things, in terms of taking decisions. Of course, in many cases, what I have seen is that investors are also uh, they also have a view on your segment or your business and your play, and they want to contribute and want to participate uh, with you in terms of thought process, strategy, and all, which is fine to a large extent, because as I said that it's kind of partnership. Money is one of the aspect, but otherwise it takes a lot to build a great business, and there this partnership really helps. Uh, for example, in our Series A funding, when we were looking for uh, somebody who Series A was somewhere where we have figured out that this is what we want to do, but we were kind of thinking of growth, that now we are from here we want to take a journey which it takes us 2x, 3x, 5x in coming 1 to 2 years. And there, in our journey, when we started in 2016, this was mostly around government test prep. So we used to provide online courses for government jobs. And 2016, we raised our seed funding, which was first funding, which is mostly from that aspect which I just now talked about. That we thought that we need freedom, somebody who can give us money, we want to experiment, we want to think of various models and all. But 2019, when we were actually raising our first round, which was Series A round, we were thinking of someone who can actually add value other than money, who can give us uh, add value in terms of technology, also in terms of business also. And that's when we raised funding from InfoEdge, which was more around because InfoEdge has a uh, background in terms of catering to unemployed youth. So they run one of the popular website, Naukri.com, and they had a lot of data and a lot of insights around it. And since our business was around government job test prep, broadly around jobs, so that was a perfect fit for us. Although it's just a financial investment, but uh, it adds value in terms of giving us insights, trends, and what works, what does not work, a lot of other things. And after that, when we were raising Series B, which was led by US based, thought was totally different, because by then we we had moved out of jobs and we were catering to many other segments, including gate and uh, ITG, medical, UPSC, and all. So it was around who can be one partner who is more who has more deeper pockets in terms of supporting us in a longer term. For example, let's say we raise Series B, but it's a long journey from there also, and we will need partners who can probably uh, support us in next funding rounds and who can also give us broader uh, guidelines or who can partners with us in terms of brainstorming, taking company from here to let's say IPO stage. Probably that's the aspiration, and you would like to have those kind of investors who have been through that, who have been partnered with company from that stage to IPO stage. So I think it depends. It all depends on the stage of the company and your personal aspirations also, because what other side maybe a lot of companies are built more from the perspective that ultimately they will be acquired by some other companies, and they are trying to solve such a small problem which in itself cannot become a big business, but the one of the good outcome can be that one big tech company will acquire those. So you have to think of all those things when you are trying to find a good partner or good investor for yourself. And of course, as I think Shalini was mentioning that when it comes to documentation, it's very tricky. And I will advise all the founders to be thorough with those terms which we generally talk about in term sheets and even definitives. And this is very tricky because in our personal experience also, and in some other uh, some other founders also, what I've seen is that initially in initial stages, founders do not look too much into such things and they kind of ignore. And later on, when you are going for next fundraise, then there may be few things in your term sheet or in your definitives which might create trouble in terms of raising your next round. So you have to think of longer term that okay, now you are raising today, you are raising a fund, and you'll have certain thoughts in your mind. For example, with this fundraise, you will move from X to Y, but is Y the end of the game, or you want to move to Z also? If you want to move to Z also, then probably you will be raising more funds in future. And in that perspective, your current definitive or your agreement with current investor has to be rightly structured so that it is very conducive for the next investor to join on board, and it is next investor is comfortable with those terms also. So I've seen a lot of fights around that in multiple companies because initially founders are not very used to all these terms, and they want to think of short term. Here, aisa aa raha hai, that's it, what matters. But in longer term, these things create problems.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, thanks, Anil, for giving us a very practical insight and bringing your own experience to the table. Yeah. So, if one becomes short-sighted, then there is a problem. Or sometimes the entrepreneur doesn't want to be short-sighted, but in the heat of things, in the urge to get funds, if you dilute too much early, then what about the next series of rounds, right? So those issues are very crucial, and there is no one way, as Shalini also mentioned. But one needs to be, uh, I would say, I won't use the word visionary or stop short of using the word visionary, but what you said, just A to B is not the only journey. There is a C and there is a D. So uh, that is something that entrepreneurs needs to be very uh, aware of. And then I think once what Shalini said, that once you are aware that what do you want out of your investor, right? Are you just looking for funds, which is rarely the case, or you're looking for a value add, hands-on approach, or connections, or he connects you to, or he brings technology, as Anil also mentioned. So I think once you know that, then you can just you know uh, go back and see how much you want to dilute, and how much this investor is bringing to the table, which is just not money but other aspects. Okay, so we go to Minal. Minal, over to you. And yeah, so you have already sent a very structured format. So over to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Jitesh. I think just to touch upon a little bit on what Shalini and Anil have already said, how to choose the right investor for your startup. I think it really depends on what stage your startup is at, what stage your company is at. If you're in early stage funding or seed round funding, I think it's important to find investors that align with your strategic vision and the values of your company. You have to see whether he or she is the right fit for your company in terms of the brand, in terms of the culture, in terms of the vision, where you want your company to be and where you want to take your company. So I think that alignment of vision is something that is very important. Also things like ability to fund not only current but maybe in future rounds, or maybe if you have future requirements of funding, how willing or how able are they to actually support you in those endeavors. Also things like reputation of the investor or the fund is important. It might help a lot when you go out for your second or third round of funding. It also adds a lot of credibility to your business and to your company, so I think that is also something that startups and entrepreneurs should keep in mind. um, how well how well connected are your investors? Can they help you raise more funds in the future? Can they help appeal to other investors to come in? Are they going to be a lead investor? Are they not? These are things and questions that one should consider when trying to choose the right investor. Something that is very important that I always stress upon is the how well the founder and the investor gets along, because I think that is something that is very important. Developing that connection, developing that rapport right from the beginning, I think is important, so that you both can work together to build the company and take the vision forward. um, Also something that I would recommend that founders keep in mind is that control and intent. What intention do the investors really have with your business? Are they going to want to control your business? Are they just going to want to be strategic partners? Are they going to just be putting in the capital? So all of that I feel needs to be clearly defined as well at the beginning. The more you define your association, the more everything is laid out properly, I think the less ambiguity there will be and the less issues you will face going down the road. So I think these are the few points that I wanted to touch upon, which I think Shalini and Anil have already done so as well. um, Going forward, I think there are various challenges that where founders face while raising funds. A lot of founders, before they even go out to investors, sometimes don't really have a clear vision or a business plan, or sometimes may have difficulty in communicating that vision and business plan to the investors. So I think the first thing that all founders should do is ensure that they have their clear business plan, vision, everything completely set forth for them, and then be able to communicate that vision very eloquently, or very clearly to your investors, so that they know exactly what you are trying to build, how you are trying to build it, where you want to take it, and what your intentions are. Secondly, which I'd said earlier, was alignment of thought process and vision. It's very important to be aligned with your potential investors in terms of where you want to take the company. That kind of clarity really helps with uh, growth and quick growth and expansion, I would say. So that all the other stuff is taken care of, and both of you can just focus on building the business. Um, then also another issue that founders often face is the inability to accurately assess their fund requirements. What funds will be required, where they'll be utilizing those funds, how much working capital might be required, what is the cyclicality of the business. So various features that need to be really thought through, assessed properly before going to an investor. I think that's also very important. And also, um, a lot of founders face this issue today, is that access to right investors. Yes, there are a lot of investors today in the ecosystem, and there are lots of funds, and there are lots of avenues that one can explore, but access to the right investors is also very important, because like I said, strategic investors, right, investors that are going to work for you. An investor that might work for one industry, there's no guarantee that that particular investor is going to work in another industry. Also, a lot of people find it difficult to actually, even if they have met investors or whatever, being able to get a foot through the door, and trying to actually develop that rapport. You might network, you might meet a person once, but really trying to build that relationship up, so that you can work towards a more investor founder relationship. Also, a lot of founders today, even though there are so many incubators and accelerators available today that people can join, there's specific ones for women, there's specific ones for various industries. I think various founders today, especially millennials, they don't really find it easy to get access to various incubators and accelerators, or one that want to take them on. And then the documentation part, I think Anil and Shalini have already covered, so I don't really want to step on that because I think they've done a fabulous job in covering that. And of course, because March is Women's Day, I do have to say that women founders also face quite a lot of issues. Some stem from unconscious or conscious gender biases. Sometimes they're not taken as seriously as their men counterparts. Sometimes it's harder for them to even get through the door at networking events, various things like that. So I think hopefully that is something that can that we all can work towards by empowering them and making sure that they have access to all the accelerators and incubators and funds and investors the same way as their male counterparts would.
Okay. Yeah. So I think so. I work on subaltern studies. So certainly gender continues to be an issue. How much we can claim that we have come a long way, but I think in quiet corners there is still discrimination, especially when it comes to fundraising. I don't know this is a problem India specific or global, but what you see is that investors tend to assume that if the founder is a woman, isko finance kya aa raha hoga, right? And which is not the case, right? So uh, uh, yeah, so I think a lot needs to be done to be, and I think it can only happen through successful cases coming up, where investors get a taste of and also their preconceived notions gets thrown out of the window. That specifically in the area of whenever it comes to finance, we have seen that that there is an assumption that uh, they are not at par, right? And that is something that I think
Exactly. Even though our finance minister is a woman.
yeah. So yeah, so yeah, so that is one. Even then, we see this happening. So which is even more worrying. Another thing that I could pick up was this tuning between the founder and the investor, and I think that is very crucial. But my sense is that if somebody has invested, we assume that the tuning is would have happened. But then you can't foresee everything, and then later you see that while we were yelling out well, because Professor Saras Saraswati, who works on this idea of effectuation in entrepreneurship. So she says that a firm is an artifact. You cannot predict everything in advance. Right? You are co-creating. Your market is also evolving. Your segments are evolving. So when you started, you thought something as what you wanted to create, and then slowly and slowly, as signals comes from the market, as you get your feedbacks, you keep iterating your model, right? And in that iteration, people assume, most theories on iteration assume that it's the owner doing it, forgetting that there is a market that is also co-evolving, and there are investors with certain fixed expectations. And that is where I think many times iterations and investors expectations are at loggerheads, and that's where you see problems coming in. So it is at that time that the founder has to put his foot down and say, no, this has been thought through, whatever we are iterating and changing. So that is again something to be looked at. So Professor Satya, I think, has not joined so far. So I would open it for the questions, if there are any questions, or and if there are no questions, then we can of course discuss other issues. Yeah. Anyone? So I think we will be getting questions on the chat, right? So I can access the chat, but as of now, I'm not seeing any questions yet. Okay. So if by the time any question comes in, I was curious to know from Anil, So Anil, how you have been able to create the Mukherjee Nagar and the Rajendra Nagar online? So that is what you do, right? So what I mean is that there is an ecosystem that operates. It's just not the coaching center and the students, right? There is also a lot of practices between students, so like sharing the load, teaching each other, you know, group work and all. So now in a virtual world, in a test prep kind of an platform, uh, how do you are you thinking on those lines? How do you create that? So it came to my mind, like because more often, what we have seen is in most of the edtech startups and the edtech platforms, what you see is that there is a more focus on the relationship between students and the tutors, or students and the faculty. Depends on the, of course, the platform, right? So in case of Guruku, it could be tutor and the student. In case of upgrad, it could be, the faculty in a university and the students. But what about the interaction between students, right? So how is there anything? uh, Minal can also come in, Shalini and Anil.
Yeah, so Jitesh, in our case, most of the things which you were just talking about, these have been the key. So I'll tell you how we started and what has been our approach while building test prep online. Our own background is that we come from villages. So I come from a village in UP, and why we started this was again because of that, because we saw that gap in our own upbringing, that in villages there is nothing, in cities there are a lot of things, and somehow we wanted to create that level playing field. And the way we started was we started with kind of free platforms where we started giving a lot of information to aspirants, students, so that first of all they are aware that what are the opportunities. Because one of the things what we realized while we look at villages and towns or our own background is that people are not aware at all what are the opportunities, what they can get, or at their let's say on their education level or their uh, smartness or whatever talent they have, what they can get out of it. For example, when it comes to various jobs in government, so there are jobs from clerical to banking jobs to defense to UPSC to state PSC, all kind of jobs are there. And uh, if we want to map that with the background of people who come from smaller places, so most of these guys have these aspirations and will fit properly into these jobs. So this is the first thing we did, and just spreading the information and taking that information to everyone. So we kind of uh, we had multiple portals. We still have multiple portals, multiple webs where we are providing specific domain specific information. For example, we launched one of the website by the name bankersadda.com, and we said that okay, if you want to think of banking and you want to make your career in banking, then everything is there. And somehow that's the first trigger for anybody, that the people are able to uh, see uh, see the future, that okay, this is something I can achieve. And with that, the next step was to engage those users on the platform and doing all those things which you were just telling. That uh, when students want to, when they are preparing, then a lot of things happen. They want to study together, they want to talk, they want to share notes, they have doubts, they want to clear those doubts. So we created that ecosystem, which was again a free ecosystem. And then at the top of it, we built the layer where we started providing our paid courses, which include live classroom program or on-demand video courses or ebook or anything which can add value at the top of it. And if you look at our funnel also, so every month almost uh, 15 to 20 million, roughly 1.5 to 2 crore users come on our platform. And if you map that to number of paid users, that is still very less. So we will have around 70, 80,000 paid users every month. In Indian context, looking at other techs, I think this will be a big number. But if you look at from our own users who are on their platform, it's a very small number, less than 1%. So this has been the approach, and my belief is that technology can actually revolutionize education. It is already doing, but my belief is that this has just started, because in offline ecosystem you have a lot of limitations. You can do only those things, but in online it opens up so many doors for you, which starts from recommendation to best providing the best teacher to you, to students, to artificial intelligence, machine learning, online 24 into 7 doubts, so many things which are not possible in offline. And again, two things which we want to focus going forward. We have been focusing, but those things have been at the core of the company, are around making education affordable. Because this is one of the challenges. We have some attacks, but the kind of money they charge from students is practically not affordable for our masses to buy those courses and uh, get benefit of those courses. So one is making them affordable, and our courses are as cheap as 1,000 to 5,000 rupees in this range mostly. And second core has been around vernacular content, because what you realize is that when you want to think of tier 2, tier 3, or you want to think of villages, these guys, they cannot talk in English, right? And not everybody can talk in Hindi also. Although Hindi we can also consider as one of the vernacular language. But if you go to South, Northeast, then these guys talk in their own parlance. So vernacular content or teaching in vernacular languages has been again one of the second focus area for us.
Yeah.
So
So
this
Anil, yeah. So Anil, we have few questions, Meena and Shalini. So I'll go one by one. So let me start with the question raised by Darshana, and she says that is there any standard legal format between founder and investors? So uh, anybody wants to get into or answer this?
You mean like a term sheet? I mean, what does that mean?
Are you able to access the chat, Shalini? There is
Uh,
a arrow on
Yeah,
the
in
right
my
side.
view, there is no standard format. Look, if I can jump onto it.
Yeah. Okay.
other than the standard documents like safe document, right? I think there is there also used to be something called KISS document. Then there's safe, which is very popular right now. Those are the standard documents which are used as early stage for early stage investments. So those are which sort of cover for both parties.
Yeah. The next question is from Umar, and he is asking that is it advisable to consider lawyer for early stage fundraising? So obviously yes, because it depends on how much knowledge as a founder has. But then even if you're well versed with most of the things, I think uh, Meenal, if you want to.
I mean, I think it's definitely important to always consult a lawyer before you sign any contracts or any legal documents, and definitely things like term sheets and all. And when you're doing fundraising and all, I think definitely having a lawyer who can go through everything, verify everything, go through all the clauses, and give you the go ahead. More eyes are better than one, for sure, because you might miss something, and a lawyer is going to see it from a different standpoint than a founder will see it, right? That's the whole point. Like, I don't think anyone should sign any document without having them checked, because you never know what's in the fine print.
Yeah. Okay. One more question from Ocean. So Ocean Arun is asking about this process from fundraising, which is the first level of discussion. Uh, uh, so from that discussion to finally signing it. So what is if you could just in short tell us about the process, anyone on this? So the journey of fundraising from the, let's say, for let's say if we take early stage in our case, so uh, from first discussion to the final signing, what is well, there is no theory around steps, but then if you could just tell us your experience, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a 3 to 6 month kind of process
A long
normally.
answer. No one's answering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
it's
sure,
three to
sorry,
six process. I will briefly, I can briefly give answer to that, but I think other panelists can also join in. I think this is 3 to 6 months kind of process. So initially you will start talking with investors. Maybe you will shortlist a list of 5 to 6 investors where you will pitch in your idea, and post that, what I have seen is immediately if somebody, that depends on the stage, but let's say early stage, if somebody likes your idea, then they will give you a term sheet. Post term sheet, there is some kind of due diligence. Uh, Depends on again stage of the company. Very early stage, there will be hardly anything, but generally it is there. And then definitive documents are created, which give it a proper legal structure to your partnership with investors. And post that, the money comes in the bank. So this, I think this is the process.
Anil has given a very rosy picture of how how seamless this is.
I was just going to say that.
But yeah,
Sounds so nice.
I think
Yeah. So
yeah.
Anil,
So I
Anil
mean,
could have, Anil, you could have
the goal
decorated more.
the gory details are you need to pitch 200 people, and then maybe you'll talk to 10, and then maybe 2 will invest.
I think you need to have a lot of patience and a lot of support. And I think you need to meditate and do a lot of mental check exercises and stuff when you're fundraising, because it can take a huge toll on you as an entrepreneur, and the stress and
Yeah,
all that.
and I think also planning, knowing about the time period is important because uh, if you're burning cash, then how long can you wait? So start early. There's this
Yeah.
because there is a 6 months lead time. I don't know if it is six or even more. So yeah,
I think someone's asked a question about what components should be included in an ideal pitch. So I can just go over this very quickly.
yeah,
I think it's very important to create a story around your pitch. Um, you know, give the entire picture. Start off with what problem, need, and pain points you're really trying to solve. What are the USPs of your company and of your brand? What I usually recommend is make a list of at least 50 to 60 USPs, that your company um, is catering to and that is planning to solve, and what are what your company really adds value to versus what is not there in the market already. Of course, understanding and putting across the solution that you're trying to provide in the best possible manner, why you founded the company, who the founding team is, and what the founding team really brings as their value add. What is your background as a founder, and why are you the best person to run the business? Also, I think it's important to then mention, your if you've achieved anything like your MVP, or mention your metrics, traction, GMV, unit economics, all of that. Your go to market strategy, of course, is something that the investors will be very, very interested to listen to. And of course, depends on the stage of your business is at, utilization of funds that you have done till now versus utilization of the investor funds. So I think all of those things are important, and the other panelists can of course add to this list.
yeah. Minal, sorry, Shalini or Anil. Yeah,
I think at least for me, what's important is that when you're actually building a startup very early on, right? At least for me, two things are very important. One is what is that unique insight that you have, right? I mean, with what conviction are you building, or you must be having a strong hypothesis on why this is going to work now, or why does the world need this right now. And how your product is really fixing that gap and so on, right? So having that strong conviction and insight is very important. And the second thing, which although seems like common sense, is your thorough understanding of your customer, right? Which a lot of us miss out. If you ask them who's your first customer, a lot of people don't even know who their first customer is. It's never everyone. Even though you might actually narrow it down to an age group and saying, okay, it's women 18 to 25. Actually, it is much more than that, right? You need to be, eat, breathe, sleep your customer. You need to understand, things like what is their average spend, how much do they spend their time on their phones, or how much what's their day looking like, and their user journey lifestyle. It's so important to understand your customer very well, irrespective of it being a B2B or B2C, in terms of the pain points and their everyday life, right? You need to have a thorough understanding of that. And which I think a lot of entrepreneurs miss in early stage, because these are the only small things that will help you get started. You know, like when you have to catapult into the next stage very quickly. So I would say these are the two things: having a strong conviction around the space that you're building, why you're building what you're building, and what's the unique insight that you have that you're starting with, and the second one being thorough understanding of your first customer.
Okay, so if there are any more questions, otherwise we can wrap it up. So yeah, so thanks everyone. Minal, Anil, Shalini, Professor Satya could not join us. So yeah, so fundraising is the most I won't. It could not be called the most critical, but it's something that decides how you scale up, right? So you may have a great idea and you've seen the idea working, but then you are creating something to scale up finally, right? So all the notions of unicorn, decacorn, will not happen if you do not scale up, right? And I think and product market fit does not happen overnight. It's also an emergent process, right? But then you need funds at every step, at every day, every hour, especially if you are doing cash burn. Then this is critical, right? And as I also mentioned earlier, the trajectories will change, and given that as your business model, you will not know what will work on day one or day five, right? It will keep emerging and keep changing. And then is the investor are the investors on in line with that, and are they flexible enough, is also equally important. So while investors have a right to be due diligent, it's also the founders who have to be even more diligent, right? With this, thanks everyone, and over to you, Karan. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ritesh, and thank you so much to each of the panelists for having us. And in fact, I would like to also mention that all these panel discussions, give us a new perspective and insights, and that's what IXI Summit is all about: bringing new insights, to the stakeholders of the startup ecosystem. So, on that note, thank you so much, Minal, for sharing your
Thank
insight. Thank you so
thank
much,
you.
Shalini, and thank you so much, Anilji, and thank you so much, Desh, for moderating it so nicely. So we'll requesting you all to please come on the backstage and keep your cameras on while we do that.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone.
Right. So Abhinav, I think it's time for some lunch break. So we will break for lunch, and we'll be back at 2:30 for the next interesting session. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We welcome you back to our third panel for the day. So, we'll be having an interesting discussion on how aligned are the government and private sectors in the edtech space. For this, I would like to invite Sri Vishwakarma Skill University, Professor Dr. R.S. Rathore, Senior Research Officer at Niti Aayog, Mr. Piyush, the co-founder and Chief Business Officer of Simply Learn, Mr. Kashyap Dalal, and finally, our moderator for the panel, the advisor EdTech and Entrepreneurship, and the entrepreneur in residence, Uincept, Mr. Manish Upadhyay. Manish sir, over to you.
Great. Thanks, Karan. And I welcome all the panelists once again. Just some quick ground rules before we start. So the audience can put in their question as we speak in the chat window, and the format would be, we'll have series of 2 3 questions, and I would request all panelists to spend the range of 3 to 4 minutes responding to that question, not beyond that. We want to make it more of a informal dialogue between all the stakeholders. Very interesting parties are here, stakeholders are here. We're represented by industry, by a skill university, by Niti Aayog. So I would want conversation. You can also ask your fellow panelists and cross question them if you want to. And we'll keep it very very informal. Uh, I will begin with the first round of discussion, which is around NEP, EdTech, and its effective implementation. And for the purpose of today's session, we will keep the focus on EdTech. While NEP has so many things to talk about, we will focus on EdTech because the agenda is EdTech, and we'll be very specific and on that agenda. Uh, just to lay the context, we've seen tremendous tailwinds in the recent time post NEP's launch, which is COVID, which is not supposed to be there, but it is a big tailwind which has pushed the edtech cost in a very very significant way. Funding of edtech, I think, result of it, a lot of edtech unicorns that are coming, soonicorns as people call it, they are in the horizon. I think that has led to very interesting 21st century skills related innovative edtech startups to come in, which may further the NAP cause in a significant way. The Apna.co that I want a special mention of Apna because it is a representation from skilling industry per se, though obviously it's more on the recruitment line, but still I think skilling first, you can say truly skilling oriented unicorn where skill and blue collar workers are equally represented, including white collars. That has happened. And NEP has mentioned about, and I think that's a segue to Piyush, which is NEP has spoken about National Education Technology Forum, National Research Foundation to push research effort in technology, National Assistance Center or PARAC. So there is the things that been recommended by NEP, but I would like to just ask Piyush, from a Niti Aayog perspective, from a government perspective, how are they looking at NEP, EdTech, and its implementation at an overall level? Over to you, Piyush.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manish. So what I'll do is I'll try to set a context of very briefly about NEP, what is the reform agenda where we're driving, and how the tech component fits in to achieve those ambitious targets that have been set up in NEP. So overall, if you see both in higher education and in school education, um, maybe the NEP 2020 is the first of its kind document which has humbly accepted that there is a learning crisis within the country. So that's a brave, very humble and brave step by the national education policy to admit that kind of the crisis or the fact that's there, which has been brought to notice by multiple reports, be it the governmental report of NAS or the other reports. So that's where the entire reform is focused towards. There are a lot of structural reforms that have been talked of. At the same time, the value of personalized learning, like each child or for that matter, a student in higher education, they would have a different way of learning, and they would be at very different levels in terms of the learning outcomes, right? So even within a classroom, you'll find there is a spectrum of students, each lying at a very different level. Now the challenge is the teacher he or she has to deliver the lecture to the entire class, and the only learning or teaching aid material that's there in the classroom is that of a textbook. And that's become the entire, the way of transacting your knowledge to the students, which for the matter of fact is not targeted at the right level. So that's where the technology component comes in, right? So using the technology, you could personalize your learning. You could target a particular segment, a particular group in your classroom who's lagging behind, or somebody is actually doing exceptionally good in your classroom, and would not want that particular child to stay behind to be at the same level where the other classroom is. You would want to provide some extra, avenues for the child to be able to grow further. So that's where that's the entire discussion, the principle and the rationale behind going big on the technology aspect of it. That's the rationale. That's what I would say. Now, coming back to the things, the schemes, or the various announcement that's there in the national education policy, what have been the updates there? So the first thing that has already been done is something called NDR, which is National Digital Education Architecture, which has already been released for school education. The basic idea is that there are plenty of edtech players out there, and they have developed like really world class content which are personalized and could solve this learning challenge. So what happens is, with the NDR platform, you bring your content, you could actually plug in, provided there are a certain set of principles and a specification which has been let down by the NDR. So if you comply by those basic, it's basically a quality check. If you want to create a content like this, there should be the specifications. You want to bring a platform or particular tool, the specification should be this. The idea is to bring interoperability between different sort of platforms that exist, right? So right now, if you see, NIOS also offers some sort of videos. Then there are multiple edtech partners who are bringing videos, but they might not be available on the same platform. As a, like, the base platform, and you plug in and provide your content, and it's basically more like a open field where the choosers could go and pick whatever the courses and the various products that they would like to go for. So that's the basic a foundation architecture has been laid down. The same is being done for higher education. Niti Aayog, being a member of that implementation committee, we do actively participate there and provide our inputs. We are also in touch with a lot of tech players. They provide their concerns, like what to do and how to be able to better integrate them within the system. So that's all considerations are going into the development of NDR for higher education, which is most likely in the coming months we'll see that architecture coming out. So once that is done, then we talk about rolling out different initiatives that NEP talks about.
Yeah, no, thanks. Piyush, a follow-up on that is from an implementation perspective beyond India and other implementation. If you look at a ground level, at a school level, at a higher ed university level, what's the feedback you are getting? And from an implementation perspective, what's the kind of interest? So, I keep hearing a lot of things from various school owners, principals, etc., etc. But what's your measure from a Niti Aayog perspective? Where would you say that we are in terms of NEP implementation?
Right. So as I mentioned, there are two aspects of it. One, there should be a guiding principle, overarching structure now, which is already in place. That's one. Two, coming back to be able to access digital education, we'll have to have digital infrastructure in place, right at the facility level, which is schools or colleges, right? So in terms of schools, you'd find like mostly in the secondary schools will find the ICT infrastructure because of the ICT school scheme of Government of India. Now that particular scheme has now been extended till class 6th, right? So gradually you will find more and more computer labs set up in schools. Similarly, on the higher education front, there is a different policy of Government of India, where they are trying to have some innovation through RUSA and some other schemes, and they have been trying to build up basic computer labs where the foundational skills in digital literacy and more uses of ICT based education could happen, right? So that's from the digital preparedness point of view. Still, there is a long way to go. If you see, like only 23% of the schools in India are having computer labs, right? The internet penetration is only 11%. So it's all public data out there on UDICE.
Yeah.
But gradually, there's a lot of push towards bringing more and more digital infrastructure. And because of the COVID pandemic, things have accelerated. And various innovative ways of imparting ICT-based education or digital education is being taking place. There is a model which we tried out here with the aspirational district program of NITI Aayog, which happened in the aspirational district of Baka, Bihar, which is near Gaya. So, from the cost point perspective, just having a LCD in the classroom and integrated that classroom within the lesson plan of the teacher actually helps. And there was a third party evaluation which happened and provided a lot of promising results in terms of improved learning outcomes. So that's one of the innovation. Rather than setting up lab, you only have one LCD TV which could be shared within the school, one smart class. You could reach out to more and more schools and more colleges in the same budget that you are just spend on having a computer. So given our current situation with the financial situation as well as the current digital preparedness, we are trying out a lot of innovations to be able to scale such kind of education in India. And going forward with the BharatNet program, will be saturating in, let's say, next 2-3 years. We'll be able to have internet connection in colleges and schools throughout India. And as I already mentioned, there's a lot of impetus on providing more and more digital infrastructure in schools. So considering this, there is a kind of inflection point. We'll see a lot of digital education actually happening in the schools and colleges going forward.
Great. Thanks, Piyush. Dr. Rathod, talking about especially the segment of skilling, and when I talk to people about skilling, somehow people also differentiate between lifelong learning model and skilling being more focused towards blue collar. That's the impression, while lifelong learning more focused towards white collar. Well, I just want to ask one, from a skilling university perspective, uh, how are you looking at NEP, EdTech, and its implementation, and this whole debate about what is lifelong learning and what is skilling, what is blue collar versus white collar? Your perspective on
Thank you, Manish. So, before answering to what you asked specifically to the scaling ecosystem, just I would like to extend the discussion actually, which Piyush was
that?
mentioning
Sure.
about the role of the ICT, especially in the higher and the school education. So quickly, means he was mentioning that just by provide means there is no need of setting up complete infrastructure, means digital infrastructure in each school and college. So there are a lot of government initiatives actually. If these government initiatives are means brought to the notice of individual institutes, schools, colleges, I think they can take lot out of it. I will just take name a few schemes. For example, we everybody knows about the SWAM, means that is the learning platform for the cell. Then in this budget also the government has given special emphasis on the Swayam Prabha, that is dedicated channels for all classes from class 1 to class 12. Then we are having the dedicated the national digital library, means lot of resources are there, means all the resources are placed in one place. Then we are having the virtual labs which was developed way back by IIT Madras in association with Amrita University. Then a very beautifully designed and developed e-yantra by IIT Bombay team, that the robotics and embedded system lab and experiments are there. Then the IIT Bombay again the intervent means one more product from IIT Bombay was uh, that was spoken tutorial. So spoken tutorial was one. NPTL was a age-old concept, and all of us are familiar. Means government, if you will see, government at its end is doing a lot to create the digital repository, and there is no need that individual institutes or individual government or individual bodies first of all should do that much of task actually in doing the hardcore development of the infrastructure. That is one thing. Means whatever has been developed actually, we can leverage, everybody in the country can leverage those facilities. So this is one thing. Then second comes in the higher education, especially about the quality of education. And if we are talking about the quality of education, content of education again, then lot of again I will say the liberalization has been done by the regulators, especially if you will see the UGC regulation. So UGC has allowed up to 40% of learning in the blended mode. when recently, in probably in the last month only, they've allowed around 900 institutes to offer online degree programs basically. We are probably most of you will be aware of a very successful program of IIT Madras, where they are offering the BSc program in the data science, and around 12,000 students are enrolled in that particular program. So in that way, basically means using the available infrastructure, there is every possibility that everyone means all the institute can harness these available opportunities. So this is there. Now the challenge part is there. I will come to that also. That what are the hurdles, what are the challenges in that area. But before going to that part, first of all, let me answer what you asked about, that the complete skilling ecosystem. So again, a very fundamental. You also rightly said that whenever we are using the word skill or skilling, so immediately the attention goes toward the blue collar job basically. And in the present perspective, it is not basically the scaling. When we are calling scaling, so it is just type first time scaling, then it is absolutely reskilling, and then upscaling. So all this part actually constitute the broad spectrum of the scaling ecosystem. So, for example, I will just give a small example of my university. In our university, being the first of its kind of university, we are the first state on skill university.
Yeah.
So, what we are running in our university, the basic skill course that goes up to the level of electrician, barbender, construction, masons, plumbers. So that is one spectrum. But at the end, we are also running in our university the programs in the field of mechatronics. We are running programs in the field of robotics. We are running programs in the field of automation. So actually, these parts, basically artificial intelligence, IoT. So these are the parts of upskilling, or you can say sometime that reskilling also, because as per the it's lot of published report, lot of old jobs will become obsolete and new jobs will come, and new jobs will be in this emerging area. So the skilling means skilling a youth or skilling a person in an upcoming area, so that he will be able to manage his livelihood. So in the very simple definition, we can define it, and that may go at the different levels. Means that may include the blue collar, it may have the white collar also, service sector, industry, means all those aspects will be there. So this is basically the scaling, and the university like ours probably will set up some example that the scaling is not only the electrician plumber, but it is much more than the electrician plumber. It can go up to the artificial intelligence or the data science. Everything are part of the scaling ecosystem. But generally, this area was a neglected area for long, and skilling was tagged that something which will be taught in the ITIs only, or some local skill that training centers who are running operating from one or two rooms and giving some basic trainings basically. But now, in this national education policy, again this perspective has completely been changed, and government is giving special emphasis that at least 50% of the student must be enrolled into the vocational education, and not specifically means on the vocational education. For example, in our university, we are running a program that is Bachelor of Vocation. So specifically, we are focusing on the vocation, but the National Education Policy is not saying. They are saying continue with the BWOC type of the program, but at the same time, at least give one vocation or one skill to all the students who are enrolled in the school education as well as in the higher education system. So, in the National Education Policy, the process has been started to embed the skill training from class 6th onward. So from class 6 to 12 there will be some scaling aspect will be there. So all of a sudden, means it will not come all of a sudden after class 10. That if suppose you can't do anything, so just go and take admission in ITI. So basically that will become, means skilling or the skill ecosystem will become part of your thought process basically. So some student can think to take it as a career opportunity, career option also.
Sure, sure.
And in the field of higher education also, the policy is emphasizing that on what we are calling that the apprenticeship embedded degree program. So whenever there is a degree program, at least a part of apprenticeship must be embedded in that program. When we are, means whatever program actually institute is offering, if they are offering simply let's say a BA program or a BCom program, so they can identify some qualifications which are designed, developed by NCVT, and these qualifications which are job oriented qualifications, job role oriented qualification. So institutions can opt this qualification and they can embed this qualification with the existing their degree diploma program to make a student more employable. So in that way, basically, you will see that this complete ecosystem of the scaling is witnessing a change, and I'm sure that in next 3-4 years only, means up to 25, you will see a means a paradigm shift in the system.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And if I ask Kashyap now, from a so I've seen evolution of Simply Learn, from where it was selling courses to overseas customers to what they have become now in terms of a significant player in India. How are you viewing, Kashyap, this entire space of NEP? What is NEP for you as an organization, a private player who is scaling fast? And what are the opportunities, white spaces you are looking at that are linked to NEP? Right from credit transfer based courses to etc. etc. So if you can just lay down the landscape from a private player's perspective, it will be good.
Sure. Thanks, Manish. Great to be here. I think before I talk about NEP, maybe I'll just explain, the entire Indian scenario
Sure, sure,
from our perspective and what are
sure.
the different problems that we see that need solving and how government and private enterprise can collaborate, right? So at a high level, if you think about basically, when we think of education for the country, thought is always this, that the more skilled your people are, that much faster the economy can grow, that much more prosperity can be created in the country. And therefore, the entire funnel starts from primary education, then secondary education, then you get into higher education. Now, in this entire thing, when we look at the data and we look at the different opportunities, primary education, at least the gross enrollment ratio is high. So people are getting into primary education. Secondary education, GER is 60%. So there's a big drop off over there. Then higher education, that is more at 30%. So at one absolute level, you're talking about millions of people where you need to make a significant impact in terms of enrollment ratios. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is the quality of the engagement and education. I think much spoken about issue is that across the entire education funnel, what is the average quality of the teachers, right? That
Yeah,
what is a kind of education that is getting imparted and what therefore is actually getting assimilated by the students, right? And the third one is that finally there is huge demand in certain sectors of private enterprise where people need talent, and whatever our education system delivers at the end of the day, if it is not high on employability, then it creates inefficiencies for our enterprises. To either it leads to salary inflation, and therefore companies get less competitive, they are paying more for the skills which are very high in demand, or they have to invest a lot of dollars in terms of creating the skills that they will basically hire just for aptitude, and then they will have to invest a lot on their own. Like for example, the IT revolution, right? All the large IT companies had huge education campuses to train programmers. Right. So
yeah,
those are the three different spectrums where work needs to happen. Now, if I look at it at a high level, I think one of the biggest advantages, or what I find most exciting about NEP, is that for the first time I see a clear plan of creating a framework and not saying that the government can do everything. Because the reality is that the problem is so large that it cannot be solved and funded by the government. The only way this can work is that the government picks its battles, saying that this is a problem that I'm going to solve. For the rest, I will create the framework for private enterprise to come in and play their game. Right. So that's really what I see coming through at a very philosophical level. The NEP is trying to do that. That enrollment ratios, primary education,
yeah.
all of those things are problems that the government needs to tackle. But as you start getting closer to employability, that is where a lot of it can move to private enterprise. That you need to be a lot more dynamic, you need to be a lot faster, lot more connected with industry. For example, traditionally, if I think about 20 years back, most curriculum for higher ed programs used to be updated once in 5 years or once in 10 years.
Yeah.
Today's reality is that within 12 months to 18 months skills get obsolete, right? New versions come in, new technologies come in. So at that kind of a speed, it's very, very difficult if we do not have very dynamic enterprises which are actually playing in this game. So practically the way I look at it, I think our operation as Simply Learn specifically, we are a lot more focused on the last mile, which is people who are in graduation or post graduation stage, and how do we create the skills which are employable, and finally people are able to build careers in the market. And as a result, our entire focus goes towards the huge volume of graduates. I mean, India has a very strong focus towards certain schools of education, like everybody wants to become an engineer or a doctor or a CA or something. The positive part of it is that everybody is already focused on employability. Everybody
Yeah.
is taking these programs because finally they want to do an education that will get them a job, will build a career, and help them move ahead. Now, that's where we see our intervention, that through the NEP, how can we collaborate? How can we launch formal education programs which can result in a diploma or a degree,
Yeah.
following the right guidelines, but at the same time making sure that people who are spending 3 to 4 years and getting a degree, that degree means a lot. It actually directly translates into a salaried job, or gives the person the skill to become an entrepreneur or build something of his own. And that's our core focus area, and that's something that we are very excited about. So the transition for us is that if I look at what's happened in the last 20 years or beyond, people would do a degree, and I'm leaving out exceptions, but by and large people would do a degree, then they would need to be skilled to take on a job and be job ready.
Yeah.
Getting a degree and getting job ready were two different things, right? And that's where a lot of edtech companies came up, saying that people who got a degree, now you do our program, then you will get a job, because you will learn data science, you'll learn programming, you'll learn AI, you'll learn cloud, whatever it is, where the jobs are, right? Now with the NEP and some of the policy framework that's coming through, the exciting part is that we see a road towards clubbing these two, that you don't need to keep them separate. It's not that you get a degree then you get job ready, the degree itself gets you job ready. And how do we basically do those kind of partnerships where these programs can be delivered at scale, right? So that's something that is big positive. That's what we are excited about. Second aspect that we are excited about is obviously this opens the doors, like to deliver the kind of education, like if our GER for higher ed is 30%, to take it to 50%, 70%, if everything happens through classrooms, imagine the kind of infrastructure investment. I mean, we'll not be able to do it even in next 15 years. So
Yeah.
the entire online delivery model, keeping in mind that India already has a super high penetration rate of mobile phones, right? So the ability to access online content is already there. Probably it can be improved with desktops and laptops at institutions and stuff like that. But edtech models are able to leverage even a mobile phone, right? And that suddenly changes the game. That you want to take that GER to 60%, you already have the devices in hands of most people. Or even if a student doesn't have it, that's a 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 rupee smartphone that you can buy today, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly the entire penetration that you can create, it's mind boggling, right? So I think that's broad overview of how I look at it and what I find really exciting about direction that we are going in. Having said that, I think also something to be desired. I mean, I think from a company perspective, one of the things that we do look forward to is more clarity. I think there is still, at the execution level, there is still a lot of ambiguity,
Yeah.
and we are obviously in discussions and talking to the right stakeholders to get more clarity, because there is still a lot of ambiguity on what's allowed and what's not.
Yeah.
So more clarity emerges, the energies of private sector will get unlocked much faster.
Yeah, no, I think that's a again good segue again for Piyush, which is my next round of questions around monitoring and regulating of private players, especially if you look at the insights from China market. So once China regulation happened, that overnight companies were asked to become not for profit, and then there were a series of regulation that came, especially in the higher ed space, and I think it landed up finally in a very positive direction where 900 universities will be allowed online degree kind of a message. But what is allowed, like Piyush said, in terms of whether they are service provider, what can they say when they advertise, and obviously it started from an advertisement. But I think where it will land up is what everyone is questioning in the higher ed space, how much to invest, when to invest, and how to position themselves. And then on the K-12 space, I see very interesting trend where private K-12 edtech organizations, they with the IEMI, they form a consortium, and proactively they have created a body which obviously to preempt any government guidelines in the sense, or I would say not preempt, or maybe co-opt with government to frame a K-12 policy. I think it's a very good move from K-12 edtech companies, and maybe higher ed companies should have also done the same in the hindsight.
So
So over to
actually,
you, Piyush. Yeah,
sorry to
yeah.
interrupt. Actually, I'll just add to that. There is a industry body that is there with the higher ed companies as well. So Simply Learn, Upgrade, some of the other companies are already part of that. Where the intent is exactly the same, that we have a body that can engage with the government and
Mhm.
co-develop guidelines that work for enterprise as well as address all
Yeah,
the
yeah.
concerns from a user perspective and the individuals out there.
So Piyush, how is government looking at, and if you can spend time on both K-12 as well as higher ed piece, how is Niti Aayog looking at it? And if we can lay down some direction, bring all edtech private players at ease, that nothing will come which will be spanner in the works, but it will be positive in the positive direction. Over to you, Piyush.
Right. So see, I'll start with this with where Kashyap was mentioning about the GR thing, right? So from the current GR of 27.1%, we have to. I'm taking higher education first, since that was talked about previously, and we have to reach around 50% by 2035, right? So that's a huge jump. And if you see from, if I talk in like in terms of absolute numbers, right now we have around 3.84 crores of students enrolled in higher education. And in the next 15 years, we are looking at adding 4 crore additional students in the ambit of higher education, and we to order to achieve the 50% goal, right? So as Kashyap was mentioning, that is going to be a humongous task, right? And the current brick and mortar model, we might not be able to, we might not be able to achieve that target if we just go through the brick and mortar model. So definitely there is a need, there's a natural need coming up to leverage edtech to be able to introduce more and more people in the ambit of higher education, right? So that leads to very proactive kind of regulations coming from the government side. Even before the NEP came, or just after the NEP, the UGC came up with a regulation on online degrees, which allowed top 100 NIRF institutions to offer online degrees. And recently, you saw there was a draft UGC regulation out for public consultation, where that has been now the ability to provide online degrees have been given to now 900 more
Nine.
autonomous colleges, provided you meet a certain quality, right, which is coming through the NAC score or the
Yeah.
NIRF.
Yeah.
So that's there. And two, see, one of the challenge that we are going to face here, and that's why all these regulations are necessary, from two points of view. One is to facilitate the players, the tech players, or whosoever wants to contribute to the cause of increasing the GR in higher education. But two, also to maintain quality, that we produce employable people. So if you see the current employability trend, the current employability in India, as per India Skills Report, which is co-published by AICT itself, is just 46% in across the country. Though it has improved from 34% to 46% now in the past 7 years, which is a welcome trend. But still, there's a lot of work that needs to go here. And we know that there are colleges which do not abide by good quality, and we see a very poor quality of education happening.
Yeah.
The condition of engineering education is a case in point here. So that's why we need to be very cautious when we're expanding education, be it in school education or higher education through the edtech means. We cannot compromise on the quality. Maybe we could, just in the rush to improve the GER. Once we do that, it will be very difficult to undo the things that would have been done, right? And that's why the regulations are pretty much required here. But at the same time, being flexible enough to allow people who are at the NEP says, like publicly spirited private, right? That's the word the NEP has very rightly used. So that is the intent. So we are very much aware that without the collaboration with the private players, with philanthropic organization, the entire agenda of education will not be pushed to the desired levels that is required. At the same time, we are also sure that the interest of the beneficiaries, the students, the parents is getting taken care of. So, as you're mentioning, you're referring to the incident that happened and which led the ministry to come up with a regulation that we need to be very careful, yeah, right, in terms of getting which kind of tech player that we want to enroll in. So that's what the principle. But in terms of implementation, I would say government is very much open, and that's why the NDR platform was created. Before that, nothing like that was existing. It has been created for school education. It has been in process for the higher education, which will come out soon, and that allows each and every edtech player to plug in their products, and it will be completely based on a very objective way of ratings. Right, the users will be rating your product and your devices, and automatically it will be shown, okay, this is our topmost product. You choose. It's an open space, right? Everybody is free to choose, the state governments, the universities, whatever they like. And from the point of view of central government, Niti Aayog or Ministry of Education, our role is to facilitate the best possible solutions for school education, all the state governments, as well as the universities. And that's what we are trying to push really hard.
Yeah, no, thanks. So before I jump to Dr. Rathod, Kashyap, what are in your consortium of body, what are the salient points that you have proposed to government? If you can outline some of those and take this opportunity to just highlight that, that will be interesting. What is it that you want that government should do, which will enable private edtech players to function better in the higher ed space?
So, Manish, at a high level, in terms of basically the guidelines and proposals, the way it is divided is essentially in two parts. One is basically a set of guidelines which are, the intent of the industry body is more or less that these are self-discipline guidelines for all of us. That basically what are the things that we will ensure to make sure that a user's rights are taken care of. That basically finally every person is getting a good product which is delivering good outcome in terms of their skilling if it's higher ed, and if it is basically more for schools, then the parent and the child, they are basically getting the right kind of experience. I think this goes into a lot of detail in terms of product promise, what is allowed, what is not allowed, what kind of things we should avoid, as well as getting into areas like refund policy, that basically education products should have a certain minimum refund policy, that in a certain period of time the learner has the ability to get his money back if after joining the product also he feels that this was not meeting his expectations. And this is again a very critical aspect, because I think this again Piyush touched upon earlier, that one of the big challenges of education, online or offline, is the uniformity of learner level does not exist. You have some learners who are able to grasp very fast. There are some learners who need a slower pace of learning, and therefore a lot of times the impact of the program is also driven by the person himself, that basically himself or herself, is he or she ready for that program. A lot of times you end up getting very excited saying that this program will take me to this level in my career, but when you get into the program you figure out that this is either too basic for you or it is too advanced for you, and therefore the education policy should have certain refund criteria which companies adhere to. So I mean, these are the kind of things on the securing the user side of the journey.
So Kashyap, just say that. So apart from refund, what are the other 2-3 salient points on the user side?
So, for example, the kind of salient points are again this, that in terms of basically making a claim on a product, what kind of claims are permissible, what kind of claims should not be there. So, for example, very, very, exciting or gimmicky claims saying that, this much placement rate or career hike, or those kind of things. So on that, there is a set of guidelines saying that basically there has to be very strong backup data to basically make those kind of claims. Otherwise, the claim should be more on the product efficacy, that basically these are the tools covered, these are the labs covered, these are the skills covered, because those are absolutes. But in terms of outcome claims, how do we basically safeguard that outcome claims are well backed? And it's not that any company in the space can get irresponsible in terms of basically claiming flowery outcomes which don't have backup data. So it's more around that in terms of what kind of claims that we want to put out as a responsible set of edtech companies. So it's more around that what kind of claims
Okay.
do we have, and
Got
how do we have defensible data behind it.
it. Okay,
So,
great.
so
And the
this is,
yeah.
yeah, so this is on the user side. On the other side, the kind of help, in fact, that the areas where we want help is to basically have clear guideline of all the different education institutions, that whether UGC institutions or AICT institutions and so on, having a clear policy on what kind of partnerships online companies can do with them, what kind of online programs can be launched which are in the degree diploma space, etc., and having stability of policy, so that basically if we can get a slightly longer term horizon, saying that these are rules that are accepted, saying that if these programs are, you go through this process, and if you go through this process, if it is approved and we take it live, then there is clarity under NEP that basically this is something that there won't be a change of policy or something like that, because that's one of the policies. Stability is something that is a must for investments to follow, that basically once that comes in, there are few programs that are working well. There aren't any dual signals. I think right now perhaps we are still in that formulation phase, and there are still so there are certain doubts that basically
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
we launch this after 6 months, will it continue, will it not continue? I think there is some fuzziness on that from the industry perspective, and that's where we are looking for help from the government side, saying that more long term clarity that helps us to unlock investments and move faster.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Rishabh. Dr. Rathod, any comments on monitoring and regulating the private space? Otherwise, I would want to move to the next section about equity and equitable access. But any comments before we move to the next section?
No, I think Piyush has brilliantly covered it. That basically check and balances are required to safeguard the interest of the student. So that's why all these regulations. Otherwise, there may be a lot of misuse, or actually the information what Kashyap was also mentioning, that whatever the claims are there, actually in fact means facts are not basically supported with all those claims. So definitely this check and balance requirements means regulatory regimes, and definitely they are changing, means it is not as rigid as they were initially.
Sure. So Dr. Rathod, you were mentioning about plethora of free access tools available on the higher ed side, right? From IIT Bombay and other institutions. Now, the challenge which I've seen and which I've got a lot of feedback from is the usability of those products. In terms of effectiveness, and maybe people have not tried it. People don't know about it. So, and there is a parallel platform in K-12 where I've been involved through Central Square Foundation, Diksha, where we're seeing good traction in terms of teacher generated online content. But in both the cases, at times quality of content that is being churned out, because it is at an early stage in case of Diksha, because your teachers started creating content, good quality content will bubble up eventually once this movement's longevity is ensured. But how do we make sure that, and this is linked to the point in NEP also about equity and equitable access. If I have to go to bottom of pyramid, and I've said that in various panels now, I will just repeat it here, that I am looking at edtech from four levels. Level one being multiple devices, people with multiple devices. Level two being smartphone with very good internet connections. Level three being smartphone with low internet connection, low electricity, and level four being non-smartphone users, which is also significant in India. Now if you look at these levels from your perspective, as well as and obviously all of you can pitch in, what are things that are the enabling factors now? What are the things that we need to improve further? Where is it that we need more government support on? Where is it that we need more private companies support on? Because these segments are obviously not profit generating segment, when they need incentives in the initial year. So just thoughts, and this is open to all three of you, and it is also from the perspective of how can we enable more private and public partnership to address equity and equitable access.
So the first thing actually, the fourth point actually, just I would like to add something on the fourth vertical which you were mentioning, that the limited access to the smartphones. So the first, even if suppose means as per the data which was published by the ASR, that was on the school education, that around 67% of the household are as on date having the access to the smartphone, means the households are having the smartphone. But another important thing is that that household is having a smartphone, but how much it is accessible to the student for taking the classes for the purpose of training or study, that is another challenge basically. So average data is that up to 27% time that is not accessible, even the smartphone is there in his house. So that is a challenge, and that disparity is not actually a standard or that is a national average. But if you will see, it varies from state to state. Means in Kerala, the accessibility to the this edtech instrument is up to 92%, whereas in the Bihar it is means maybe less than 50%. And again, the accessibility to that smartphone is maybe less than that 50% again. So first of all, the challenge of infrastructure, that how that challenge of infrastructure can be substanted, that is one thing. And here comes the role of government, definitely, because creating infrastructure, development of infrastructure, that may go to the government segment, and its operational part or the continuous development part, as Kashyap was rightly mentioning, that the contents are changing so rapidly that in each 6 month, 1 year, or 2 year, it completely get changed. So that dynamism should be there. And if suppose the infrastructure is created by government, and then its operational part may be handled by the private entities. But again, the challenge will come, the what you rightly mentioned about the profitability aspect. If suppose half of the population or half of the student, if suppose we talk about the school education system, 25 crore students are there in school education, maybe half of them are in the government schools. And if they are in the government schools, so paying for any value addition or paying for the purpose of quality, again maybe probably somewhere a bit difficult for these segment of the student again. And especially in rural segment, if you will see, means you will be aware that we are having number of schools, means if a total number of schools in India, probably they are around 15 lakh student, sorry, schools. So out of those 15 lakh schools, probably 1 lakh schools may be there who are with uh, means understaffed school basically, and there are number of schools without a teacher or a single teacher. So if suppose a single teacher is taking 5 subject up to class 5th level, so how to address that challenge of quality, even if the private sector is pitching in to bring the quality? First thing, there is no profitability in that. Second, there is so much of diversity that one teacher is teaching 5 subject, at the same time they don't have the access to the internet, or they may not have the access to the smartphone. So how to address all these challenges? Probably all department should
Sure.
sit together to find some solution out of this.
So Kashyap, your thoughts, and you being the private player on this panel, how, because this is something that always, so I've been also part of various organizations, always back of my mind, how do we address this part of India, and because they are still not being touched in the real way from online perspective. Your thoughts?
So, Manish, see, I think when if you think about this in terms of all the different actors in this, right, from government, institutions, private sector, um, I think there are two aspects that are top of mind for me. One is that private sector will always be more focused on the profitable side of the population by definition. Like basically, there are finally the companies exist to deliver a return and they are for profit. And one of the things that also creates the disruption and the very fast scale opportunity is the profitability of these companies. So I think the entire China example that you were quoting, I think they are getting into some of this correction after 20x scale has happened. Had they thought about some of these policies on day one, it would never have scaled at all. So what will you correct, right? So I think that is one thing that we need to be cognizant about, that for private companies to create impact, if out of the entire population, if private companies are able to create impact for the top 40-50% of the population, that will be driven by the for-profit model. I think government's attention is much more needed for the bottom 40%, because there practically the for-profit model will not finally deliver results for them, and that's where the government needs to basically think about how that can be addressed. And a lot of the initiatives seem to be focused on that. Like for example, on the entire higher ed skilling side, most of the large enterprises, because of the costs involved, uh, the kind of product investments, kind of sales and marketing investments, and so on, the products end up being either at 50,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 2.5 lakh kind of price point to do a program in data or programming or digital marketing and so on. Now, obviously, the affordability of these programs is limited to the top 40%. It doesn't go below that. However, the NASCOM Future Skills platform or other platforms which are being developed by government participation, that is where a lot of private companies are actually opening up their content for free. That basic e-learning content, basic videos, all of that is available for free on these platforms. And while it would not be as outcome delivering as the core product of the edtech company, where there'll be lot many more interventions, etc., but definitely all of that content, so that's the kind of role that private companies can play, that we can open up our content for social good, for being part of these initiatives, and make it open so that at least the content is available. Now on top of that, however, government will have to intervene to figure out that how can outcomes be generated for the bottom of the pyramid as well. That's a difficult problem to solve. But I would add one other point, which is something that which requires equal amount of thought, is that again, going back to the skilling discussion we were having, that vocational skills, carpentry, plumbing, and all of that versus new age skills, which are where a lot more jobs are getting created. Now, one of the fundamental things is that a lot of the content for higher education and driving white collar employability is all in English language, right? And one of the larger things for everybody to figure out is more this, that in terms of accessibility, how do you get people to a level where they can access these things? Even all the free content on all new age skills is all available in English. And I don't think the economic forces are going to drive translation into all vernacular languages. So one of the larger problems is also this, that I think when we are thinking about the primary education and secondary education problem, how do we make sure that those problems are being solved to get people to a level of at least basic appreciation of English where they can then learn on their own? Because otherwise, and while there will be a lot of different views on this, that we want people to learn the vernacular language and all of that, and all those things are well respected and understood, but the reality is that if you want to get a person to a level where he can learn on his own and learn fast, right, English is the language where a lot of stuff is available on the platter, right? And that's a different problem statement altogether, that we will take all this content and convert it into 20 languages. I think we have enough on our plate as a country to not be able to do that in the near future.
I think YSR Reddy would be very happy with your pitch on English. But without getting into that, one example which comes to my mind, which is very interesting. So again, part of Central Square Foundation and IIT Bombay project called EdTech Tulna. So they recently come up with a framework where they asked 4 or 5 private players to themselves get rated on EdTech Tulna parameters, and then Central Square Foundation went to Rajasthan government, and Rajasthan government, for their procurement for schools software, used EdTech Tulna framework for procuring content from for-profit players. And where I saw very interesting linkages where IIT Bombay, Central Square Foundation, government coming, creating a framework to get softwares into government schools, where obviously for-profit players are getting paid the way they get paid, but the process and the transparency created because of EdTech Tulna was very interesting. So I think there are also a lot of interesting examples like these. Diksha obviously is one where a lot of bodies have come together to create an interesting initiative. Piyush, your thoughts about this? This is, I think, a very dear thing with Niti Aayog, and a very important thing, which is equitable access and equity when it comes to edtech, particularly.
Yeah. So, right in the beginning of my, one of answering one of the questions, I mentioned about the kind of penetration of digital infrastructure in India. If you see like the smartphone penetration we are talking about, like 67% of the households do have smartphones. But if you see the usage of those smartphones, there's another study by USR which clearly shows that hardly 27 to 30% of the kids in the rural part of India, or for that matter, the entire country, have access to smartphones all the time. Which means only those 30% would be able to access the content if you are sending it through WhatsApp or sending it through whatever mechanism possible. Now, the another 30%, they do not have access to smartphones at all, despite having a smartphone in home. The third segment, they are able to use the smartphone once in a while. So the equity question becomes really, really important here. If the government decides to, go totally into online education, or I say, let me rephrase it like this: if government is taking totally into this WhatsApp-based or mobile phone-based education, a large section of our society will remain out of the reach of education. And if we and since we'll have to procure the software, the content, or let's say we have a platform, we take on lease a platform from certain tech player, and that will be a huge investment, right? The number of people getting the license to get into that and access that platform. So that is one model. Now, given the current scenario with the penetration of smartphones and all other infrastructure, the second scenario is whether what we do is, for example, PME Vidya, through which one channel for one class in multiple languages, not 200 channels would be there. So from the government points of view, we do try to push as much as I take possible, but at the same time, we also take into consideration what will happen if we focus more on this as compared to what the masses are having access to. So that's when, for example, a mohalla class, it is when during the COVID was tried widely in another project called Saath with Niti Aayog is doing with Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and Odisha. So there we were emphasizing heavily on mohalla classes because we knew in these three states the condition of digital infrastructure within the houses. Even if you see the TV penetration, right, the overall India has a TV penetration of 67 to 70%, while in Jharkhand the number drops down to 40%. In Bihar, that's around 30%. So with that number, even the one channel, one platform thing would not work out. And this 40% TV that we are finding in Jharkhand, that might be only be in the houses which already having smartphones.
Yeah.
So in totality, we are talking about a huge section of society who do not have access to TV itself. So their innovations, local innovations, which are very much needed in those contexts, are required, right? So as Kasha was mentioning, this section we couldn't think from the lens of profitability. We have to think from the point of equity and everybody getting the same quality of education. We can't deprive a certain section because they do not have access. So we have our energies and our resources have to focus on areas where most of the people able to access education. So that's why you will see a lot of graded worksheets were distributed to the remotest part of the country. Mohalla classes were a big hit, and wherever possible, loudspeaker and TV and radios were introduced, given more priority, and then your WhatsApp based or content was distributed. So we'll have to go slowly into this, and we are trying to push a lot to improve the digital infrastructure. And it's always easy to have a community based infrastructure, maybe in a school or somewhere, rather than having one-to-one device model, right? So many to one device model will absolutely work in India. If you see the budgetary allocation towards education, you take any government for the past 20, 30 years, it has stagnated around to 12 to 13% of the entire expenditure of that state. That's the national average, and every fares somewhere around that. So that's also a reality. So when we are projecting from private sector for government sector, we should be considerate of all these factors and then design the best possible way. We might not be able to emulate completely China or for that matter Singapore or USA. That is not our context. Our context is very different. So we'll have
Yeah.
to have a mix of both the things where we'll be able to do justice to all the students in our ambit.
Great. So we are almost run out of time. I will just do one last round, and probably the team will allow me to do that. Just how do you envision edtech in 2030? And just 30-second views on that, and what will be edtech doing 2030? So anyone can go first. Kashyap, you can begin. Yeah. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Manish, the way I see EdTech, I think EdTech in India right now is at a very interesting cusp. There are world-class companies that are getting built here. While there is a lot of focus on solving certain problems for India in terms of complementing and supporting the school system as well as working on higher ed. So I think throughout the entire funnel, there are different companies which are trying to solve different problems. The most exciting part is more this, that these are well-funded companies with enough access to capital and solving this problem with a lot of investment on product and innovation. I think with the right kind of framework, there is huge impact that can be created, and we can solve. The private sector can play a large part in solving a lot of the problems with help from the government and the policy framework. So I think I find the entire NEP to be a step in the right direction. I mean, being very clear, saying that we want to create a policy framework to let private sector play and operate, that itself is a huge, very, very
Yeah.
positive starting point. The other thing that I find super exciting is that most of the companies are thinking global. So this is also a sector for the country at large that we hope that all of us will be able to make the country proud the way, let's say, pharma industry has done or IT services industry has done. So edtech is another sector that is coming up at a very
Sure.
different scale. I think a lot of these companies have a genuine shot at having globally large businesses and creating multi-billion-dollar companies,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm
Got it.
super excited about.
Dr. Rathod, your 30 seconds on where do you see edtech from skilling perspective 2030?
Means overall in 2030, this edtechs will take the education as well as the scaling into the metaverse. Means all the students will be doing experiments there in the virtual
Yeah.
lab. All the learning activities taking place in the metaverse. There's no crores of investment in setting up of the mechanical and electrical and civil labs. All those simulators and virtual labs
Yeah.
will be there to do experiments.
I look forward to that. Piyush, your closing statements from
I'll
2030
see
vision.
the entire way of delivering education is going to be digital in 2030. Most of the part or the component of it will be digital. On the equity front, you will see people who are denied seats in top premier colleges in India because of limitation on physical infrastructure will have a shot at getting the best education and degrees. As Dr. Rathore was mentioning about the BSc programming program course from IIT Madras. So certain more such kind of good quality education will be accessible to, let's say, a person in Bihar and UP, and getting access to the best of education, which he or she couldn't have because of other limitations, right? So that will be breaking the barrier and will make knowledge accessible to more and people. And once you have more, knowledge and access to good quality education, will be breaking your shackles of poverty and move out of poverty. So I see this particular online education paving a way for people in the remotest part of the country to break out of poverty and make the best out of it.
Great. I thank you all for this wonderful conversation. Uh, Abhinav, over to you.
Thank you so much, respected panelists, for such a meaningful and a deep, insightful discussion. I request all the panelists to kindly proceed backstage. And thank you again once a lot.
Thanks, everyone.
So thank you once again for that enriching discussion. We will now have a short break for 15 minutes and resume with the last topic for the event on optimizing founder performance at 3:45 p.m. Thank you.
Right. That was an interesting session, I personally feel. And now, without any further ado, let us proceed with the last discussion, probably a monologue for the event, which is going to be an expert session on the topic optimizing founder performance on handling stress and anxiety. For this, I would like to invite the performance specialist at the Harley Street Coach UK, Miss Olivia James, on stage.
Good morning,
Welcome, Miss.
everybody. Good afternoon. Good morning from a very grey London. I'm very pleased to be with you. I'm delighted to be invited to be with you all. So, just for a bit of background, so I'm a therapist and I do a lot of work with confidence, and I also, as the introduction said, lecture on entrepreneurship and mental health. So I've got some first-hand experience of working with founders and what the kind of the problems that founders come up against as they're trying to change the world, because that's what I really believe that founders are doing. And so, as a therapist, I'm all about dealing with the reality of what's actually happening. Because, as you know, we have a huge amount of faith in our entrepreneurs, and our entrepreneurs, I genuinely believe, will change the world. They make a huge difference to people's lives. And then we have the image of what the founder is. We have the image of the entrepreneur, and then we have the reality. And they're often not quite the same thing. Um, just to reassure you, if I am talking about a client case study, I will also always anonymize it because of confidentiality. So just to get that out of the way. So when it comes to handling stress and anxiety, I've been watching some of the sessions this morning and yesterday, and I know that lots of you have talked about like the idea that it's really important to be able to communicate your ideas and to also do that on a global level, which is very important. And I know, like from my clinical work with founders, that confidence can often be a problem. And especially for people who are perhaps having to present in a different country or in a different language, that can be quite a tricky thing. And I know for some of you watching, just the thought of what I'm doing now is speaking to potentially thousands of people. Even the thought of that will give you quite a lot of anxiety. So the idea is that if you are a founder, one thing that you have to be really good at is getting people on board with your vision and to be able to communicate that effectively. So what can get in the way is anxiety, and there are lots of misconceptions about anxiety and the effect it can have. You'll see behind me, I know this is an EdTech conference, but I've got some pretty low-tech kind of teaching materials behind me. What you can see behind me here is an anatomical drawing from the 16th century by Andreas Vesalius of the human nervous system. And so in our sort of like Western like philosophy and science, we had a philosopher called Descartes who came up with this idea that the mind and the body were very separate, and that if anything, like the mind sort of had dominion and ruled the body. But that isn't actually the case. I mean, if we're looking at some of the studies coming out now about the vagus nerve, we get a lot of the information about how safe we feel is actually coming from the body into the brain. So if you're a founder and you have pitching anxiety and your system is going into fight flight mode and it's really important for you, you need to pitch and you can't get the words out, this system is likely in fight flight mode. So the kind of the problem with a lot of this glamorizing of founders is that we sort of mythologize the founders like Steve Jobs and others we admire, who never really took no for an answer. So Steve Jobs, when he was working for Apple, created Apple, he would not take no for an answer. If a new iPhone wasn't ready, he would throw people into a room and say, I don't really care, like, make it happen. I don't care if you say it can't be done, make it happen. So this idea of like this resilience that we all need, it can have a flip side. And the flip side can be that we push ourselves too hard. I was doing an interview a couple of weeks ago with somebody who on a startup podcast, and this the person who interviewed me, who's a founder, said she'd heard about Steve Jobs when he was running Apple and Pixar at the same time, and reckoned that that was the start of his health problems, because he was basically not taking care of himself. So this can be a problem, like, because ideally an intelligent like founder that obviously is incredibly driven, but ideally doesn't want to ruin their health in the process, because this does happen. So what I'm going to give you, it was in this presentation, I'm going to give you some examples and some practical steps of how you can like understand yourself and basically like your founder operating system. Because if you, the founder, or any human being, if you don't function, I talk a lot about founder functionality. If you don't function well, if your well-being is off, you can't be as effective. You can push through it to some extent, but it's not sustainable in the long run, especially if you end up ruining your health, which nobody wants to do. I'm just going to have a sip of my jasmine tea. So here in London, I remember a few years ago, before everybody was really much into veganism, there was a vegan restaurant, and it was by somebody who'd exited a business, made a lot of money, but like ruined his health in the process. And really, that's not what I want for anybody. So the kind of the problems that founders can face are enormous. I know one of the panelists this morning talked about the female funding issues, for example. That's a whole separate topic. But as a founder, when it comes to like handling like stress and anxiety, like sort of big discrimination and inequities in funding can really affect us mentally. I'm actually doing a keynote about that very subject next week, which is International Women's Day, International Women's Week at the London Stock Exchange. And if anybody wants to watch virtually, tickets are available. They're free. So please do join us for that, because this is what we're talking about. The reality is that still 2% of VC funding goes to female founders and all female teams suddenly in Europe. And it hasn't really got any better. So we can have all the conferences we like, but there clearly are big problems. And of course, this will affect founders. This will affect our mental health and our confidence levels and our anxiety. This idea that if we are, that it almost doesn't matter what we do, because we know that we are, that we will not be taken as seriously as a male founder pitching, which is really tragic. So that's like a little global overview of the founder sort of like functionality landscape. So the other thing that really that I would say is this idea of resilience. We are hopefully coming out of a pandemic. We've got, everybody's had a really tough time in the pandemic. I think it's easy to try and dismiss it because it seems to be like passing now, but just to realize that this has really affected everybody. And of course, we have like wonderful platforms like this. And I'm very impressed with this platform. But at the same time, many of us have like we haven't been able to network and socialize in the same way that we did, and of course that's affected our self-confidence to some extent. Even the most confident, like outgoing people are very much out of practice when it comes to socializing and networking. And as everybody knows here, I mean, that the whole thing about being a founder is that you have to build relationships and you have to be able to get people fired up about what you're doing and get people on board. And if you're very much out of practice when it comes to networking and socializing, that's going to be a lot harder, and you will be a lot more self-conscious as well. Again, a French philosopher called Diderot came up with this idea of l'esprit d'escalier, meaning the spirit of the staircase, where you've been at an event and you're leaving, going down the stairs, and then you think, oh, I should have said this, I shouldn't have said that. And those sort of moments where our inner critic takes over and we start like second guessing ourselves and like beating ourselves up a little bit, like those things can really affect like a founder who is perhaps very technical, but perhaps not so good at the socializing. So I would highly recommend like having a think about like your own inner critic and what your inner critic says to you. Then of course, we all want to be, make ourselves proud and I'll make our families proud. And it can be a very tricky thing for founders, because some of you watching, your families will not understand what you're doing. They will genuinely be saying to you, when are you going to get a proper job? And even I was on Twitter yesterday, and somebody just made the Forbes under 30 list, and their mother had said, oh, that's nice, dear, but I still don't quite understand what you're doing. So many of people, founders who are incredibly driven, will have that feeling of that it's almost like nobody's cheering them on. It can be very, very isolating being a founder, and so you really need to find your tribe. That's my advice to everybody, is to really make connections. Like, I know that some of the incubator and accelerators are brilliant. You need to find the right mentors, because the other side of the dark side of entrepreneurship is that there are some people out there who will not treat you so well, and who will try and put dollar signs in your eyes and then try and charge you fees, and it doesn't actually lead to what you were hoping for. You probably all seen like on YouTube there are so many people trying to sell you like the next big thing, and it's been likened to the American gold rush, where some people who got the richest were actually people selling the shovels and the equipment to potential gold prospectors. So people were making more money from selling the dream than actually, finding gold. So that's another big part of the dark side of entrepreneurship, is to really watch out for that. So there were several cases that I've worked on where a co-founder relationship has gone badly wrong. And what happens in those cases is, for example, it's like, I'm thinking of one of my case studies that I use at Bayes Business School and at Regent's University as well, are one founder, we'll call her Jane, that's not her real name, decided she needed a co-founder and brought on a close friend as a co-founder. Now, this can sometimes work out fine, but when it goes wrong, it goes horribly wrong. And in this case, unfortunately, it went wrong. The co-founder wasn't as committed. The co-founder was still had a full-time job and just wasn't committed, wasn't driven, and sort of like was not quite understanding that often you have to do a lot of work on the sort of like on the dream, basically, without anything. Like, bear in mind, like, all startups start as an idea, and it starts as an idea, and sometimes I play with my clients and I say, well, at the moment it's a delusion or a dream. It isn't actually real. So a founder will get this idea, put in all this energy, blood, sweat, and tears, and then there's no guarantee anything's going to come of it. And this co-founder just wasn't quite on board there. So the problem was that they finally had a breakup, and it was like a breakup of a marriage. It was a very serious. So then came then there was another co-founder who wasn't pulling his weight either. So the other co-founder also still had a full-time job. And so there was a big opportunity. They were signing a contract with a big media company. And this co-founder had to get this information to the main founder, and just wasn't doing it for 5 days. And so the frustrations of like picking the wrong people can be enormous. And then also sometimes it goes even more wrong than that, where a co-founder can try and betray somebody and like take the business. And I've certainly interviewed founders who have had that happen too. So the rewards are great, but also the dangers are great. And then how does somebody recover from that? Where it has been a betrayal, like an interpersonal betrayal, we are talking about a genuine trauma. So I'm a trauma therapist as well, and in trauma therapy we talk about betrayal trauma, and where somebody has really done a number on you. It's utterly destabilizing for a human being, and it can leave a founder feeling like they don't really trust themselves anymore, and they don't trust other people, and that can need some specialist help to recover from that. And that sort of leads me on nicely to the relationship with yourself. There's a brilliant psychologist who said, self-esteem is the reputation that you have with yourself. And I think that's very apt. I think for many of us, those are when it comes to founder functionality, those are the things that you really need to work on. Because when times are tough, you do need to keep going. And I know that one of I think it was Mr. Gupta earlier on talking about like keeping going, and like not taking no for an answer. But at the same time, I think there are times when a founder has to recalibrate and find out where something isn't working. I highly recommend. There is an author in the UK and journalist called Tim Harford. He has a podcast which was chosen by Michael Lewis, who wrote The Big Short and these brilliant books, and have been made movies of as well. Michael Lewis chose this podcast, and it's about a thing called plan continuation bias. And I think many of us have this, where we carry on for too long. If something genuinely isn't right, I think it's a really much better idea to stop, rather than just to keep going if something genuinely isn't working. But what can happen, of course, with founders as like this tunnel vision can start to happen. And so this is where like mentors and trusted advisors come in, where they can look and say, actually, I think it's time for you to like rethink this. Because we admire perseverance, and of course we need this. But at the same time, people can persevere with the wrong idea for too long. And you've probably all seen, like, there's this cartoon of, it's another gold analogy. I don't know what's happening. It's all the gold behind me, I think. The gold analogy of somebody like in this tunnel, and he's chipping away, like mining, and he stops, and you know, from a side view you see he was that close to like getting the gold. To some extent that is of course true, but this planned continuation bias can keep us going for too long, where we end up, you know, losing money, burning through our health, and also like burning bridges with people around us. So the balance there is vital, and I think a trusted mentor is key for here, because you genuinely can't do this all alone. One thing that I've noticed about founders in my work, and I did a piece for a magazine in the UK about this, is that many founders that I've worked with are, obviously, a founder needs to be incredibly, what's known in psychology as self-efficacious, which means like they're super driven, they are incredibly resourceful, but at the same time, they tend to be really not that good at asking for help. So in my clinical work, I've made an observation is that many founders that I've worked with and also know have had some sort of form of early trauma. And this can be not like the kind of trauma that you would imagine, but something that's made them incredibly resilient and self-reliant, where there's a part of them went, okay, I can't rely on other people. I have to do this myself. And you'll find that certainly all over the world, you'll find that many first generation immigrants, people have come from another country, actually are super driven and do incredibly well, are very successful. But the flip side of that self-efficacious, like people who have had like early trauma in the form of like abuse or neglect, or where, you know, the parents were somehow preoccupied, is that they tend to be really, really rubbish at asking for help, and also really, really rubbish at recognizing when they do need help. So again, this is why, you know, if there are people around you, hopefully they can point you in the right. They can actually say to you, I think you're ruining your health here. I think you need to stop and have a rethink. This can be very, very difficult for people. I just saw somebody I interviewed a while ago who's a founder, just tweeted, Twitter, by the way, a pro tip here. If you're a founder and you're interested in entrepreneurship, Twitter is a brilliant you'll make some really good connections there. One founder I interviewed for my keynote next week about female founders, more of which later, said that for their photos, they didn't really have the budget to get like a proper photo shoot done. So they went to like a furniture store. They went to IKEA and just took some photos in there, and they look really, really amazing. So, I mean, you know, entrepreneurship is all about, you know, being resourceful and working out how can I make this work, you know, and I totally admire founders. I think they're definitely a special breed. So yeah, being resourceful is huge. So when it comes to, let's see, what else did I want to tell you? So when it comes to building relationships and asking for investment, often we can get anxiety, especially where people aren't necessarily super confident, or where it's really important. So often when people get to the point of like raising investment, they really, really need it. And so there is this big power dynamic happening between you know, the investor and the person asking for money. We have this Charles Dickens story in the UK, Oliver Twist, where the little boy is like standing there with his begging bowl, and he's saying, "Please, sir, can I have some more?" And there is this sort of like power dynamic. And I think when it comes to pitching, it's incredibly nerve-wracking. But the other thing that can happen is that some founders can get a little bit too like arrogant, and I've certainly helped founders with pitch and confidence where they're sort of like, they say, oh well, my startup is taking off, it's like a rocket, like you either be on it or not, like, and they can like, their attitude can just be a little bit off. Like, you do need that self-belief, but at the same time it is about building relationships, and it is about like working with somebody long term, as was mentioned earlier on. Another another tweet I saw in the last few days was so a founder saying, an investor tweeted and said, oh, I just passed on somebody, and they reacted really, really badly. They got incredibly snappy with them. So I feel like I dodged a bullet. And I think that's definitely the case. Even if somebody doesn't like, it doesn't say yes to you now, like, don't burn your bridges. Don't get really, really snappy. Same goes with talking to like assistants and PAs and EAs. Like be nice to everybody. Like, people talk. Bear in mind also people talk. There is certainly a whisper network as well. So if you are, don't be arrogant. Be nice. Be polite, because you never know when you're going to meet somebody again. So there's that. So if you are finding that you have some confidence issues, some anxiety, like, please know that you are not alone. And bear in mind what you see from other people. You tend to just see the outside of other people. You tend to see what they present on social media. You have no idea what's going on inside them. You have no idea that they may be suffering from nerves, or they may be having something going on in their personal lives. They may be having a health challenge. They may have just gone through a breakup. They may have had an anniversary of losing somebody. You genuinely don't know. So when it comes to feeling like you're not quite confident enough, or you don't belong, like, rationally understand that you are not alone, and it's not. There's no harm in asking for help. I think most successful people have got coaches and people, like a trusted inner circle, that make them look good. So when it comes to confidence, there is a big problem that everybody talks about, which is called imposter syndrome, and it's this notion that when you get very, very stressed, that somebody will say to you, will like, you imagine that somebody will say, "Oh, you just made it all up. You don't belong. We found you out." So this idea of imposter syndrome is that somehow that you feel like a fraud, that somehow you feel not quite good enough, and that it's only a matter of time before people find out. So we've had some famous cases recently. So the singer Adele has just confessed that she has imposter syndrome. And I think I helped with the piece for Yahoo about commenting on the psychology of the imposter syndrome. But also, I think it isn't just a mental thing, it's definitely a stress response. So let me explain a little bit more about imposter syndrome, because I think in the founder world, we have so many like people that we look up to, and that we often feel that we are not quite good enough, and that can come from like, again, from early trauma, perhaps something a parent said to you once, or a teacher, or a school bully. So again, when it comes to imposter syndrome, the thing I think that's really helpful for people, this is like one of my high tech teaching points, is let me see if I can show you this. So you see this chart here. So this is you, like, happy, groovy, feeling safe. Like, imagine you're pitching, or you're like making some calls and connections. Then something happens in your nervous system, and your system will go into like fight flight mode. So that's when these thoughts can start. I don't belong, I don't feel safe, I need to get out of here, nobody likes me. And then eventually we can sort of go into that freeze and shutdown mode. So what tends to happen is when we have imposter syndrome is that our system goes into this fight flight mode, and then our rational brain isn't fully functional. So at that point, up to 80% of the blood leaves this prefrontal cortex, your rational part of your brain, and goes into the rest of your body. And although in those moments, your thoughts can, you can start to spin a little bit, like, I don't feel safe, I don't belong, and it can start to spiral. So the thing that I would love everybody to understand about imposter syndrome is that it happens to pretty much everybody sometimes. And the woman who came up with the term imposter syndrome, researcher called Pauline Clance, now wishes that she'd called it the imposter experience instead, because it's more like, when you're meditating and a thought comes, it's like more like, oh, I just had an imposter moment. I just noticed I had an imposter moment, but now it's past. So please know that if you are having imposter syndromes, what tends to happen is that your brain stops accurately assessing your competence and your ability and your experience. So, for example, you may have, a degree, a master's degree. You may have had some really good marks. You may have already raised investment. You may as well have done all these things. But somehow that evidence bank, when your system goes into that tailspin of insecurity, you don't accurately assess that. Your rational brain can't say, well, of course I belong. I've got this experience. I've achieved this. People have said this, and this. People have I've helped people. I've raised funding. So it's about accurately assessing the reality. And so the difference between that your confidence and your competence are sort of equal, and where they're sort of out of balance, that's when you can have a problem. And of course, conversely, we've got some leaders, like for example, world leaders, naming no names, who sort of have the reverse of that, who sort of overestimate how good they are. So they vastly overestimate their competence. And so bear in mind that if you do have imposter feelings sometimes, it just means that you're usually quite conscientious, and it probably means that you're not a narcissist, which is probably not a good idea. So when it comes to practical things, so if you're about to do pitching, for example, and you're in the room, either in the real room or the virtual room, and you start to get really, really nervous, and you start to get nervous. Like, what can you practically do? So one tip that I teach a lot of my clients is you look around the room, and this sounds really, really simple but weird. So if you look around the room and move your neck and really, really scan the room, what you're doing is you're sending these signals to this really ancient part of your brain that there are no predators, and that should help get your nervous system back into that more relaxed, safe space where you can then engage with questions, and you can be more reactive and less snappy. Because the last thing you want to do when you're pitching and somebody asks you a challenging question, which they will, is you get super, super snappy and reactive, or conversely, completely freeze and your brain go completely blank. When I work with a lot of corporate people and entrepreneurs on public speaking anxiety, the amount of times they tell me that they were speaking at a conference, they never really liked public speaking, but they could sort of do it. And then they hadn't slept well, and then something else happened, like a last minute tech thing went wrong, and then suddenly their brain goes blank. And their brain goes into shutdown mode. And then they find it really, really hard to recover from that, sort of psychologically and reputationally. So the more you can do in the moment to sort of like try and befriend your nervous system and like learn techniques to actually help your nervous system get into that like safe space where you can stay in the room and your system doesn't want to go into that shutdown, the better. So somebody this morning talked about meditation. Of course, meditation is a brilliant way of like bringing the mind and the body together and like really understanding like the getting sort of learning how to regulate and like make friends with your nervous system. Because ultimately, if you as a founder don't function properly, nothing else can really happen. You can certainly like try and like limp along like that for a while, but ultimately that's not really how you want to be, how you can be successful. So the other thing you can do if you're about to pitch and you're in a physical room with people, and this will help your anxiety levels, is you can go and make like chat to a few people. You smile at people, you make eye contact with people. Again, what this does, it gets your nervous system in what's known as a ventral vagal. So it's a nervous system state where you can sort of like, you feel safe and sociable. Because what you want to do in those meetings is you want people to like you. You want people to buy you as a person. You want people to buy you, and you want people to make friends with you, and to buy, to buy into you and your idea. I can see Jyoti has come in. Do we have questions? This is my 5 minute. This is my 3 minutes and 14 seconds mark.
No, so of course we have 1 or 2 questions. You can finish your conversation and then
sure.
We can have questions.
So yeah, like I said, when you're about to pitch, what you want to do is try and smile at people, make eye contact with people, say hello to a few people. That will get your attention sort of out onto your audience, which is who you want to impress, and also to get your attention out of your own anxiety. Of course, if you've got a serious public speaking anxiety, you need to get some specialist help, but those are sort of techniques that you can use in those moments where you do feel anxious. And because it is stressful pitching, and it is, and you obviously you don't want to make a big, you don't want it to be a big disaster ideally. So anyway, so let's go on to questions.
Sure, Olivia. So of course, you've explained it nicely that the whole process of starting up is full of anxiety. I mean, step by step, each step has its different level of anxiety. So I mean, I'll take the first of the question, which is if you could throw some light on the importance of harmony in the founding team for the overall success.
How many?
Harmony.
Harmony. Oh, it's vital. It's, I mean, obviously, like one of the problems that tends to happen is, of course, you're going to have conflict. Of course, like when you're stressed, even if your founding team are pretty solid, like when everybody's tired and when they're stressed and when things suddenly go wrong, people can get very reactive and snappy. So then it is all about, ideally, that if you do like have a little argument within your team, that you deal with it quickly. And that I think many people are really terrified of conflict and confrontation. And I think it's just a way to handle it. Some people will get really, really reactive quickly and will go into shutdown, or they will like go run away or stop talking to people for a while and like deal with the conflict that way. So yeah, harmony is ideal, but you need to be realistic. I'm all about people being realistic. Of course, you're going to have conflict. Of course, you're going to have arguments and disagreements. It's just like how you handle it. So ideally, you want to have people in your team that can handle it, and ideally that they can handle it like adults instead of like reverting back to like an angry 3-year-old.
So if you could have some self-help tips for these founders when you're in the thick of things at that time, what is it that they could practice immediately and move
I
out
think
of conflict?
things
So
they can practice is sort of communication skills. There's a brilliant book that I recommend to my corporate clients as well. It's called The Five Languages of Appreciation by Gary Chapman. It's related to the series about the love languages, which is within marriages, because one of the things that happens when things go wrong is people feel unappreciated, and that seems to be like the biggest thing. So you need to find out what your team member values. So for some of them, it might be like if you bring them a cup of coffee, they'll be really, it makes them feel valued. For some people, it'll be like saying, you did really well. I was really impressed with that work you did. So you need to find out how to manage your team and how to have them feel like their contribution and that they are appreciated. I think that's vital.
absolutely rightly said, actually. So the another one is, we'll quickly take the next one. Communicating your vision to the company's vision to the investors is an important part of the pitching. How can founders do it effectively?
Again, you need to work out if you are the best person to do that. You need to learn like storytelling techniques. You need to learn presentation techniques. But all of that, you can't really do if you're super nervous. So what I would say is like, you need to get a handle on the nerves, and then you can learn the specific skills and techniques and practice them. And you'll be amazed like how much time it takes for preparing a proper pitch takes a lot of work. And I think many people who aren't professional speakers kind of underestimate how much time it takes. So I would say you need to handle the nerves, and then you also need the technique. You need both together. And then the more you do it, the more confidence you build. And then the more, if you want to be super resilient, then also you'll find that sometimes you do a pitch and it doesn't go as well as you hoped. Then it's like, how do you recover from it? Even professional speakers who are paid thousands for keynotes will sometimes have a keynote that doesn't go so well. It's like an artist doing a concert and somehow the magic just isn't there. Then it's like, how do you recover from that? So it's about sort of like almost like reparenting yourself and saying, okay, well you did okay, but it just didn't go as well as you wanted. And then like move on to the next one. So it doesn't basically then lead to big avoidance, which can happen sometimes when things don't go so well. Some of our reactions are to just avoid and go into like shutdown and retreat, and then the self recrimination starts.
So I would say that, like you said, that the confidence and competence should go together. That will make they would be able to do it effectively, I guess.
Yes.
Great. Do we have time for another one? Okay. So just in this whole process, when the founders go in for fundraising, most of the time the focus is so much on the concept, on the pitch, and on the funds, that they do it so effectively that the business side gets neglected. So how do they maintain a balance on it?
Ideally, you want to have one member in your team who's good at the razzle dazzle. So you had my colleague Mike Southern on yesterday from Bayes Business School. In his book, The BMO Entrepreneur, they talk about like having one person who's the magnet in the team, who's like really good at the fundraising and the public face, and then another one who's called the foil, who's like better at the detail. So ideally, you need to play to your strengths. At the beginning, when you're a one-man or one-woman band, of course, you'd have to do it all. But ideally, you need to find somebody on your team who is good at the things you're not so good at. So you complement each other. So you don't magnify your own strengths or weaknesses. Because you need the razzle-dazzle, the magic, and also you need the detail. Because without the detail, you're nowhere, basically.
You rightly said that there has to be someone. I mean, one needs to play to their strengths. That's how
exactly
balance can be maintained. Great.
Yeah.
Great. Right. This brings to the end of the session. That was a great session, Olivia. I'm sure our listeners would have taken up some key points here for sure on how to handle
stress
It's been,
process.
thank you. It's been a real pleasure. So if anybody has a question for me, if you want to ask me a personal, like not a personal question, a question in confidence, please feel free to drop me an email, connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm very happy to answer people's questions in confidence because I know that not everybody wants to ask their questions like on a public platform. So I'm available if anybody wants to have some more information.
Absolutely. Over to you, Karan.
Well, absolutely couldn't agree more with you, Olivia, on the lovely insights that you've given to our audience, and so much for being here. Thank you, Jyoti, for this conversation. And then this brings us to the end of today's expert hour. We can have the overlay at this point while we come backstage.
For wonderful insights and optimizing the performance of funders. I also want to thank all the funders who joined us at the Ixi Summit 2024. I sincerely hope that you are mutually and insightful experience at the IXI Summit 2024. Each year, we strive our hardest to make sure we bring the best speakers from across the globe to advance vital aspects of the sector. I